I know you're pretty upset about Baron. How is he, by the way?
It's just sick. Really, no class. But Dick's always been that way. Isn't that right, Dick?
Please stop saying Dick.
You forgive him! The scars from your past are healed.
Dick.
You are at peace with the city.
I feel really good about giving this funding back. Beth, let's do lunch next week. Need your help with Jaina. And Dick, don't go and spend all this on schools.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Can you believe I just made Donald Trump my bitch? Maybe I could mind control all of Washington. Or the whole world. Yeah, no. Well, that's creepy. Okay, whose turn is it?
Me. No, you had last night. You had this morning. Yeah, I did.
Good night, other stud.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh shit. The news. Have you seen the news?
No?
It's talk. It's your sex tape.
What?
It's viral. It's all over Twitter and Instagram, and millions of people in India are protesting.
Arkansas is rioting.
It's sex-shaming bullshit. What do you want us to do?
I don't know. No, don't follow me. I need to be alone. I didn't want any of this! I didn't even want to be alive. Why are you doing this? Now the entire world thinks I'm a slut. Probably have me destroyed, just like every other spiritual leader since the dawn of time.
Humans are tedious, are they not? Do not flee.
Oh, I'm having a mental breakdown.
Incorrect.
Who are you?
I'm Aya, wife of Utu. The cult of Sarita worshipped me for 2,000 years. Also your sister-in-law.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You carry divine lineage. In Babylon, some 4,000 years ago, your spirit governed the greatest civilization on the planet. At a time when men and women were beloved equals.
So why am I the only one?
Ishtar came into your body when you were ready to take your own life. Marks the dawn of a new era in which the world honors the sacred feminine once more.
But someone made a sex tape of me last night.
Sex is beautiful. Repression is perverse.
So what do I do?
Offer them truth. The truth wears no clothes.
Oh, goddess. Did you see the news?
Yes.
Aspen and Bee have disappeared. I let a snake into your house.
Aspen? That fucking bitch.
It doesn't matter. I need you to put together a press list.
To end all press lists.
Okay, yes. I got it. Count on me.
Sex is beautiful. Repression is perverse.
Please hold your questions until after the goddess has finished.
Are you our other lover? Is she trying to get pregnant?
Twitter is calling this the porn of the century. Any comments?
Silence! If you seek the truth, open your eyes. I present Goddess Ishtar.
Did you know that you were being filmed?
Are you considering a career in porn, perhaps?
Are the rumors true about you and Jay-Z?
Maybe trying girl on girl?
Have you talked to Beyonce?
I used to be immortal. Just like you. Yeah, it's true. I got sad. I got headaches. Now I'm a goddess. I have riches, powers, disciples. But the biggest difference between being a goddess and being immortal is shame. When my naked body goes viral and you utter shame, the shame is on you. The truth is naked. I have been naked for 4,000 years. This is no revelation.
You're impure! You human half-breed! You give into the same damn impulses as the rest of us. I mean, if I am gonna worship somebody, she had better be perfect. The best relationship she had was somebody on Reddit, okay? That is sad. Does she even know what Nair is? Does she know? I work so hard! I'm upset, it should be me!
Oh, shit!
That's messed up. But YOLO, okay, whatever.
Any questions?
Okay. Yes. Yes, girl. Careful, Obji, please don't hurt yourself.
It's okay, I just need to practice.
Beth.
Still pissed she called me a half-breed. Maybe that's how I turned her into dust. I just had to be really pissed off.
Well, it's kind of true, you know.
What?
My mom was born in Iraq. She escaped to Iran when she was 12. It is what it is.
I'm half Iraqi?
You are all goddess, Junam.
Oh my God. Oh God, no. Oh.
Your pilgrimage begins now.
God! Could you please stop scaring me?
Only in ancient Babylon will you learn to control your powers. Find your way home.
Babylon.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Let's go. Come, hurry up. Yay. Bunch of lousy alien Antifas.
You see what you did? Getting us into trouble again.
What? You mean to tell me that you were okay living down there on Planet Plessy versus Ferguson? Planet separate but equal.
Equal. Is that all you think about? We're the last two humans in this universe, and you over here like a Mr. Chusey.
All I want to do is live somewhere that embraces equality. Why is that so hard to understand?
I think I know the perfect place for you two to live.
Just remember, wherever we're going, I get to be more equal than you, okay?
Welcome to planet 99%, the most free and fair planet in the universe. I want to start by addressing the misconception that we here on planet 99% practice cosmic communism. We don't. We practice space socialism. Big difference.
Talking ship. Next.
Next?
Jess. Next. I no wanting to live here.
And why not?
Because I am from America, land of the free, home of the brave. I no believing in no socialismo.
Paco, didn't you used to collect Medicaid?
Yes.
And food stamps?
Yes.
And enjoy the many valuable perks and services offered through our former government's distribution of public funds and taxpayer dollars?
Yes, but that's different.
Why?
Because I'm okay when it helping me, but not the other people.
Oh, that's my alarm. I forgot that I have a Skype meeting with God and L. Ron Hubbard. Are you two sure you got this under control?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but please behave yourselves.
Okay, Tallahassee.
Galexandria.
Listen, just hush your mouth and let me do the talking.
Oh yeah, just like last time.
That was then, this is now. Go take a nap, you big old hunk of cranky space debris.
Okay, but don't doing nothing crazy.
So listen, I'm gonna make this quick. My troubles all started a long time ago when I was born. You see, I was the youngest of 17 children. I don't even think my mom knew my name, can you believe that? So there I was, born in the bathtub in my great aunt Patricia's apartment. Always a great aunt Belinda. Wait, do I even have a great aunt Belinda? Anyway, so some stuff happened, yada yada yada, boom boom boom, and then Earth blew up, just like that.
Wow.
No more humanity, no more great aunt Belinda. And so now me and that there sleepy Spaniard need to find ourselves a new home, like a pair of galactic orphans. Can we live here? Oh, we promise to be ever so good.
Good work. We here on Planet 99% offer universal health care, free college tuition, and a generous pension package for the elderly. And you can move in as soon as today, just as long as you are not part of the top 1%.
Top 1%.
This planet used to be called Planet 1% because it was a playground for the wealthy establishment. All of our hard work went straight into their fat cat pockets until one day our ancestors rose up in peaceful political revolution, brought the 1% to the middle of this planet in peaceful political revolution, brought that the 1%. They renamed it Planet 99%. And now we live in a socialist utopia.
But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people on planet 99% automatically become the top 1%?
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Where'd you go?
I had to take care of business.
Did you just...
Kill the 1%? Yes. Over 40 million killed. But they deserved it. Every last one of them.
What are you eating?
The 1%, of course. Yeah, we're cannibals. So what? In any case, your application was approved. Welcome to the newly named Planet 98%.
Planet 98%? But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people in Planet 98% automatically become the top 1%?
Okay. I think that's it. We've officially destroyed 99% of our population. Now, we can live in peace, proud to strictly adhere to our ideological principles.
But wait, if you done kill 99% of the population, then shouldn't this planet be called...
Planet 1%!
I just got a complaint from our planetary relations department, and oh my stars! Did you two single-handedly destroy an entire galactic species?
He did it!
What?
Oh, space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
I leave you two alone for a couple of hours, and when I come back, you're responsible for the extinction of an entire species.
I'm not sure if you haven't noticed, but we're humans. Causing mass extinctions is what we do best.
You see what I mean about this guy talking shit? If anyone should be extinct, it should be him.
What? Your greasy granny should be extinct. Your snaggletooth sister should be extinct. Your stupid dog should be extinct. Your ugly face should be extinct.
I'm taking you two to the most loving and accepting civilization on my registry. At this point, I'm sure they're the only planet willing to take you two fools in.
You just be quiet and let me do the talking, okay?
Hello and welcome to Planet Pansexion, the most fierce and fabulous planet in the cosmos, okay? Where sexual minorities make up the moral and oral majority. Anywho, to whom I may have the pleasure of speaking to?
I'm Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis, and I'm joined by my intergalactic social worker, Gallapalooza.
Alexandria.
And that there mute mestizo who goes by the name of...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Just next planet, I know stay here with no Galians.
I'm sorry about my co-pilot's attitude. You see, he is intolerant of everything. The LGBT community, radical thinking, lactose.
It's okay. We are used to being bullied and shamed for simply being who we are and loving who we love. Our ancestors were persecuted on their home planets for their sexual identity and gender expression, leaving the only homes they ever knew. They traveled the cosmos and found refuge in a region known as safe space. In a non-binary star system on the Rainbow Ring, they found a new city, Sharon Shishka. Yes! They created the most diverse and progressive society in the universe. Can you believe that? A place where one could live without fear. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
No, forget it. Take me home.
But Paco, we don't got a home anymore. And it seems like we never will.
That's your problem, not my problem.
Oh, no, you don't!
What's going on?
Shantae, you stay.
Why, it seems like that there alien is gonna lip sync for our lives.
If you are a galactic gay in the Milky Way, don't go astray, cause there's a place for you to stay. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. I spy with my eye someone who likes girls and guys. If you're a boy, just give it a try. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. If you a trans and you're in good hands, cause we are your fans, don't change your plans. I'm sure you'd understand. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion.
No more singing, okay? You know what? Forget it. I stay here, but only because I'm hungry and my arthritis is acting up.
Oh, sweet salvation.
Oh, thank God. I couldn't find one word to rhyme with Luna lesbian. Anyway, welcome to Planet Pansexion!
How'd he do that?
First things first, okay? Let me ask you some questions, starting with the grumpy one. Name?
Paco del Pluto.
Age?
Old.
Sex?
Not since 1987.
Preferred pronouns?
Your Majesty, Your Honor, whatever.
Planet of origin?
Earth.
I know exactly where that is. I've been to Uranus many times. Whoop. It's a little joke, honey. Species name?
Heterosapien.
What?
Get it? No Homo sapien, but heterosapien. You see? I can tell jokes too. I can be the funny guy.
Wait. Are you implying that you only like the opposite gender?
Just what's wrong with that?
You are a bunch of heteros! Don't you know that here at Planet Pansexion, heterosexuality is strictly illegal? Ah! And what about you? Are you also strictly heterosexual?
I mean, there was this one time in engineering school, I built a robot for scientific reasons.
Oh, that's fine, darling. You know what? Robosexuality has been legal here for 400 years, okay? You can stay, but your sinful partner, you need to be cured of your disease.
Disease?
Yes! I sentence you to 5 years of straight conversion therapy.
Talking sheep, get us out of here.
Can't handle it, hetero.
Wait, let me ask you a question, okay? Is this whole thing, is it being televised?
Of course.
And everyone on this stupid planet can see it?
But of course.
Very well. So you figure us out. How did you know that human heterosexuality is a contagious disease?
It is. Of course it is. That's what the scripture says.
Exactly. And on my planet, if you even look at a hetero, you instantly become straight.
Oh no! I can feel it. I can feel it's happening. I'm even talking like a flimmy hetero. What happens next?
Your head explodes.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, my female god. Did you two do it again?
It was all him this time.
A straight prize.
Bedside Travel Bureau, who's calling? Hi, John. No, I told all of y'all I was staying in today. No, I'm staying put. A block of how many? Oh, you have that many friends? What are y'all gonna do? You know what, why don't you come in and talk to us about it? No, come in and talk to us about it. All right? Okay. Bye-bye.
Who was that?
A new friend.
Look, Glenda, Sherry and I want to talk to you about something. I'm gonna put some more coffee on.
Hello, Mr. Frederick. What can I do you for?
Glenda, I was hoping you could get me a couple of tickets to Bridgetown.
A couple?
Yeah, it'll be 2.
I tell you, Frederick, I always did say you had some kind of brass balls.
What do you mean by that?
We're not the only travel agency on this block, you know?
Do you not want my business?
Not particularly, no.
Well then, I thought we could be adult here, but clearly not.
2 tickets, Frederick? 2 tickets? You're real slick there.
You could have gotten him the tickets. I would have been all right.
Oh, really? Mister, I have to make a pot of coffee right this instant. What was it you two wanted to talk to me about?
Lord. Did you get off at the wrong stop, or...? Yes, well, I'm here to see Glenda.
This is John. He's my protege. He is Glenda to my Malik. He is a travel agent in training.
Yes, well, I actually was hoping that Glenda could show me how to buy tickets in bulk.
To Kingston, isn't it?
Yes. Well, not for me.
You got a church group or something?
Not yet. Do you know of one?
Glenda, would you mind helping me with something in the back for a minute?
No? I got it.
And I'll help John.
Look, Glenn, I know you don't much like talking about this, and we felt terrible ever since Hilton's passing, and also a little worried.
We have to talk about this now.
I just think that you are throwing yourself into work instead of allowing yourself proper time to grieve.
Everyone should be allowed to cope in their own way.
Richard and I think that it would be best for you to take some time off.
Time off? So you're kicking out the boss now?
No, never. It would be paid time off.
I don't get paid to sit at home on my ass. I'm no charity case.
It's not like that.
Oh, what's it like then?
Malik approved it.
Malik left me in charge. Did he not? There was no asterisk when he gave me the keys to the bureau.
We just want what's best for you.
I am doing what's best for me. I'm at work, doing what I love.
Glenda, please, just give it some time.
Well, maybe some time away from the office would be good. People are willing to pay me for my consulting expertise.
Is that right?
That man John out there and his partner, they want to pay me to show them the ropes.
I don't think it's a good idea for you to be taking time off just to work more, especially not for some numbnuts who are trying to poach our clients.
What do you mean poach our clients?
What a white boy like that doing buying bulk to Kingston?
So how did you meet Glenda then?
Here?
I ain't seen you around here before.
Well, outside. My friends and I are building a search engine for airlines. So it's kind of like what you do, but with the computer.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Sherry, relax. You think a boy like that mean any harm?
1 week. Just think about it. I ain't telling you what to do. Just think about it.
Sound like she was telling me what to do, yeah? No commercial today. No selling. Just relaxing. Trying to enjoy my vacation. Which is a lot less enjoyable when it's not your choice. Like a lot of things in life, I suppose. Took that paid week of leave. Left with John. Showed him how to order up to 50 vouchers with Amancia, my contact at Air Jamaica. Made my commission and said, hey, mind if I get one? He said, no problem. Sherry was right. I did need a little break. John and them had some big plan to push the tickets on their clients and make back the difference as their investment. Some business plan. It'll never work. But John's a sweet guy. He means well. I think it's important to support people who share your passion. That's how I got where I am. In Harborview, sand beneath my toes, and I think it would be nice if some guys stopped by and chatted me up. Oh, a welcome distraction that would be. Instead, I sit here with my thoughts. Thoughts of Hilton. Thoughts of how I'm actually alone.
Excuse me, are you hiring?
What makes you think I'm in charge here?
Thanks, Malik.
All right, see you in 9 months.
A hunch.
Well, you got a good hunch. But we ain't hiring at the moment. We might have a spot opening up in the secretarial pool when Lita has a baby in a couple of months.
I'm looking to be an agent.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Booking travels are valuable traits I have.
Is it now?
I'd like to be able to visit my family, help others do the same.
Where are you from?
Glenda.
Where you from, Glenda?
Hololo. It's a small town near Port of Spain.
I know where it is. I'm Trini myself. So you want to work here so you can go on vacation back home, huh?
You got me there.
We'll give you a call, Glenda.
Our line's down now, but I can call you.
Come on, all aboard.
Where are we going?
We're going to visit Grandpa's house. All aboard.
All aboard is for boats, I think. This is a plane, right?
We're flying. We're flying.
Okay, come on. Ready for takeoff?
Okay. Get in. Wait. We need to wait for my mom.
Before we go,
Where's my mom?
she better hurry because I'm going to take off.
Where's my mom?
Baby, don't worry. It's not real. It's okay. Look, take this.
Cool.
If you like him that much, why don't you just tell him?
Excuse me?
I always see you stalk around here, scoping someone out.
I'm scoping out a job. What are you doing?
All right. No need to get testy.
I'll get however I feel.
Milton.
Mm-hmm.
And you are?
Name's Glenda.
It's a pleasure.
Glenda, how is it going?
It's all right.
I know it's not ideal, but it's a start. And I was serious about what I said before. I work late on Monday nights, and you can shadow me. See how it's done.
What happens after I learn the ropes? Will you be offloading some clients to me?
We can talk about it.
And I'd make a little commission too?
We'll discuss that when the time comes. For now, it's time to crunch those numbers.
Thanks, Mr. Malik.
Pass me a red stripe, Mon. Jamaica. It's more than a beach. It's a country. Am I in love? Or is this my one love? The capital of Jamaica is Kingston. Jamaica. Once you go, you know. All right, I think something's off. Can I see the frame?
Sure.
Cool. Can you actually turn around for me?
You want to see the frame while you're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe some kind of more earnest approach to work.
What?
Like you're still selling something, but on the surface it's less obvious.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Good note. Good note. All right, we good? Hi there. My name's Mark Johnson, and I created www Travel so you can get where you need to go in as little amount of time as possible, for as cheap as possible, without sacrificing any comforts along the way. That's www.travel.com. Try it today. Okay, cut. Nice. That was supernatural.
Whatever happened to Mrs. Brooks? She was one of our best clients. Maybe I should give her a call.
Arlene will be back. No reason to beg Richard. She may have found someone else for now, but she'll be back. We run a family business. Your clients are family.
I suppose. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. You want one?
No.
All right then.
Hi there. My name's Mark Johnson, and I created www Travel so you can get where you need
What's
to go
this?
in as little amount of time as possible, for as cheap as possible, without sacrificing any comfort.
$100? It would be a great opportunity for you. My friends and I are building a search engine for
travel.
airlines. It's kind of like what you do, but with the computer.
I love it.
What do you mean poach our clients?
What we have to do right now is get John to get that woman on the phone with Air Jamaica.
It'll never work.
That's www.www.travel.com.
What are you guys watching?
Try it today.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
All right, y'all, we starting. Hello, and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm here to have a lot of fun and add some color and some curves to late night TV because there's just so many of us, right? There's so many black women. Who is looking out for white men? Who's looking out for them? When are we going to see them on late night TV? But they need affirmative action. But seriously, I am a comedy nerd, and I'm also a mom of 2 kids. And I have to tell you guys, this past year with remote learning has not gone well for me at all. Like it's been a struggle. Like I don't know how they feel doing the actual work, but it's hard for me watching. It is. Seriously, when I see like 2 + 8 × 25 divided by 9, that is just a mojito. You know what I mean? Like that's how that adds up. And I don't really need my kids to find out how dumb I am every day, okay? Don't need that. So listen, I am so happy that BRIC knows exactly what I know, and that is that black women are cats. That's right, black women are cats. Cats move through a world built for dogs. Okay, and let me explain this to you, all right? If you have a dog, and you throw your dog off your bed, your dog's gonna turn around, he's just gonna be like, come on, don't be like that. Like, don't be like that. But if you throw your cat off your bed, your cat's gonna be like, bitch, I was walking that way, I don't need this. So listen, this first episode is called Blurred Nation because blurred, black, nerd, and nerds have basically taken over the world. Like they've taken over this whole thing, and I married a blurred. I actually cannot get hot unless you have asthma and some glasses. That's about 78% true. So I am so here for this, and I love my show, and I hope you love Hella Late as much as I do. So you guys ready for a great show? Now listen, my friend Heather has a lot of questions. She's a girl with questions, so right now we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper, Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. Whoever you identify, whoever you're attracted to, we're gonna play Marry, F, Kill. All right? All right, so you have to marry one you F, and one she gotta go. You don't have to kill her, you can say she can go home. You can say she can go home. All right?
I would marry Issa, F, Janelle, and Ava, no comment. Okay. Yeah.
She could go home. You pay for her Uber, right? You pay for her Uber. You're gonna get her a lift home. Okay.
Okay, I would marry Janelle. I would F Issa, and then go home. Sorry, girl.
She had to go home. But you would give her money for the train, right?
Yeah.
All right, you giving money for the train? One had an Uber, one was on the G. I love that. Marry F. Kill with the blurs. Okay, so we see Issa Rae, beautiful Issa Rae, beautiful Ava DuVernay, and beautiful Janelle Monáe. We got the A's, okay?
Marry Ava because she's like sharp already. Like we're gonna be set as a foundation, as a couple, as a unit. I would hook up with or sleep with Janelle Monáe. That's like an exciting time.
Which one? We're gonna play bestie, heavy, or the plug. Which guy looks like he could be a good best friend? Which guy looks like he would be your heavy, like he'd be good, he would back you up in a conflict? And which one you think would be the plug, like he's the hookup, he's got stuff going on, he can help you?
I don't know, man. They look like average dudes to me.
So you ever seen This Is Us?
Yeah, I don't deal with men.
Okay, so one of them you have to marry. You have to marry one of them.
The one on the left.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
That's who you would marry. That's Janelle Monáe. She is fine as wine. Okay.
No, she isn't.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
We all know little kids have feelings, and when they put them into song, it paints a whole story. Please welcome this comedy nerd who loves a funny song. Some of you know her as Holly, but I call her Mama. Holly Harper!
Dear Mrs. Williams, I'm annoyed. You treat my inner feelings null and void. You act like you're the queen, took my Mad magazine, now you're messing with my whole sense of joy. I can see the Newports in your bag. You huff and puff when we are playing tag. Now I would never say that you smell like an ashtray. I say that Big Tobacco's got you like that. I am 11 and I'm grown. Here's 90 cents plus tax to get a Mad magazine of your own. Damn it! I'm sorry I said damn it, but I'm really kind of famished. It was me who ate your whole bowl of nuts. And I could see that wedgie up your butt. Dear Holly Harper, you are toast. Third time this week you've done the most. First you faked that asthma and I really want to grab you. I called 911 for that hoax. I heard you at recess talking smut. In my day, we'd fix that with hand to butt. But now we talk of healing and a child's inner feelings. You're fresh, and I've had enough. I am too menopausal for this. I miss my fourth smoke break, and my pantyhose are itchy as shit. Now, don't screw the pooch, cause I think you're kinda cute, but your attitude will always uppercut. And I can see that wedgie up your butt. There are people that are natural on stage, and then there are people that are born to be on stage. She's one of the baddest in the game, as well as my friend. Please give it up for comedian Dara Jamont.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Oh my God, no stop, no keep going. My ego needs it. Oh, I'm so lonely, so happy to be here. Oh, I originally am from Teaneck, New Jersey. I like to tell people about my town. Fun facts, it's where Biggie moved when he got money. It's where DMX got kicked out. Apparently having 13 pit bulls in the basement and 14 Lolos outside is frowned upon by the township. Okay, white people out there in BRIC TV land. Lolos, they are cars, okay? Sometimes convertibles, they go up and down because of hydraulics. Might have seen it in a rap video. Yeah? All right, now that we're all caught up, the best part about my town is that we were the first town to voluntarily integrate our school system. I know, in the entire country. I know. So this meant that we had very nice white people. Yeah. Like the cream of the crop, white people. So it was weird for me when I left my small, diverse town and I went to a big white university. I went to Syracuse University and I met white people who had never met black people. That's a different bunch. I was on the elevator and this guy gets on and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, what's the hood like?" I said, I don't know. Ask my gardener. But the older I get, I realize, no, if we paid our gardener X amount of money on a Tuesday, he did 6 houses that day and did that 6 times a week. He lived in a much bigger house than we did, okay? But that's just economics. That's a very hardworking man. Have we become too PC as a society? It makes me so nervous sometimes as a comedian. I don't want to get canceled, you know? I have to be very mindful of the things that I say. I learned on stage I couldn't say a word. It starts with a T, it ends with a Ranny. I don't say it anymore. It was the wild, wild west back in the 90s. We said whatever we want. But in that moment that I learned that I could not say this word, I felt, it's the one and only time I ever felt this feeling. I felt like an old, rich, southern white woman learning she couldn't say colored for the first time. What you mean they're not colored? They've been colored all my life. They will be colored till the day I die. But I respect people. So I took it out of my vocabulary, you know? Still waiting for it to happen with the N-word. Any day now. Can we talk about that real quick? Let's do it. All right. I feel like we, as Black people, we don't have anything that daggers as hard as the N-word does, you know? Our options, lame and limited. Let's review. We have cracker. That's a tasty snack. Okay. Great with cheese and grapes. Charcuterie board, if you will, you know? We have redneck, but that's a badge of honor, you know? They love that. It's like their government name. The only thing that we have, and we have to dig so deep in the bag for this one, is look here, Whitey. And do you know how mad you have to be to pull out a look here, Whitey? And you have to say it just like that in order for it to be effective. With the hand, with the leg, with the voice, like you just came out of a black exploitation film. Look here, Whitey! And then what's the sentence that comes after that? I don't know. Could you picture me at Dunkin' Donuts? And the guy behind the counter gets my order wrong. And I'm like, look here, Whitey! You got my latte wrong. Nobody believes that. Because that guy would be Indian. White people run on Dunkin', but they don't work at Dunkin', okay? I'm Dara Jamat. You guys have been great. Thank you!
Please give it up once again for our comedian Dara Jamat. Yes! Now, if you know me, you know that I love to ask questions. Where people come from and how they see the world is everything to me. Please enjoy this 20 to 1.
Hey guys, so 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I know. We're basically going to chop it up, and then I'm going to ask a series of 20 questions that they answer in a minute. Actually 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You guys, Marina Franklin is like the consummate comedian. She's amazing. Okay, let me just couple. You may know her from the Stephen Colbert Late Show. You may remember her from Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle Show. She was in the hit movie Trainwreck. You may have seen her in one of her comedy specials. She's on Amazon. She's amazing. And she also has a really incredible podcast, Friends Like Us, that is Oprah Winfrey approved. I've been on it 3 times. You guys, Marina Franklin. I give you Marina Franklin.
Aw.
Yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You are amazing. So I want to talk about Hysterical because I've been seeing promos and stuff on it. I'm really excited. What's up with it? What's going on?
So Hysterical is a documentary that Jessica Kirson is executive producer of, which is amazing. Wow. When you have a comedian friend who approaches you and says, hey, I want you to be a part of this amazing documentary featuring women in stand-up comedy. It talks about, what we go through as female comics. And in a way, we have been gaslit for years. And it's finally this time when we can talk about this. and feel good and empowered about talking about it.
Okay, girl, 20 to 1. There's 20 questions. We'll answer it. It's supposed to be a minute. It's really going to be like 2 minutes. What time were you born?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know, but I was born on Christmas Day.
That's pretty special. Okay, have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Ooh, mortal danger. But I was incorrect. No, someone was asking for a homeless shelter, but I thought they were talking about the club.
Oh my God. They're like, I need shelter. And you're like, boom, 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 boom.
My friend was like, Marina, they're trying to get to the shelter.
Oh. Right. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Oof. As a woman going through hot flashes,
okay,
I would say maybe too cold.
What is your least favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, that orange thing.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is disgusting. And the fact that they put that, like when they used to put that in your bag, it's like, do you not like me? Like, what is that about?
If you could live 300 years, at what age would you freeze your body?
Yeah, 45 was the best. Look at me telling my age.
You were the hot 45.
Look at me saying how much older I am.
Hey.
45 was a good body year.
Oh, all right now. All right. Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
My cat used to always jack me up when it would sit on my lap. He was like, it would turn from love to hate real fast.
Okay. Do you always wear underwear?
Always.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Oh, well, fish food looks like I could tolerate it probably a little bit more. Yeah.
Fish food is tastier. I tried it, but this is back in the 70s, so I don't know. Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes.
How old were you when your first kiss?
My first kiss was at like 11.
And this is the last question. What cartoon character would you date?
Archie. Is that considered a cartoon character?
Yeah, like Archie, Jughead, Betty, Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archie, well, I mean, he was built kind of nice. I mean, if you want to bring that up, you know.
Well, he never really dated a black girl. He was always between Betty and Veronica, and I was into that as a kid. I was like into this battle between Betty and Veronica. I would love to throw some brown sugar up in that mix.
Hey, what's next for you? What is next for you? I'm excited.
So, you know, now it's just everything's opening up. So I'm going back to doing stand-up. I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going back to the Comedy Cellar. And just more of, you know, everything from Hysterical. That documentary is so wonderful. And maybe some sketches coming soon. And also my wonderful podcast, as you've been on.
Oh my God.
Holly, you've been amazing on my podcast.
Every time I'm on your podcast, I'm like, I'm on Marina's podcast. Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing 20 to 1 with me and Hella Late. Your fans are going to be like, Marina! And I'm just awesome to see everything you do in the future. I'm such a fan. Marina Franklin fan. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you.
So much.
Best person in the world.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I love poring over cosplay. It's a staple of Blur culture. So please enjoy a perfect mom who loves it way more than me.
Hi, I'm Malaika, and welcome to MBS This Morning's new segment, The Perfect Mom. We've got some really great moms for you to check out, and here is our first one. Hello, Charlotte, and welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. I see someone really likes cosplay.
Yes, because cosplay is life! And I am Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I did ace spelling in the 3rd grade.
Ooh, I love aces and clubs and diamonds and spades and hearts. My girls and I, we have dressed up as all of them. And the Queen's crown, what? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, Wow. So tell me, why do you think that you were nominated as a Perfect Mom candidate for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. I guess it's because cosplay is life. Like I said, dressing up, exploring characters helps you see who you are and who you are not. And I do that for my girls.
You make your girls dress up too?
That is so mean.
Whoa.
I am dressed as Black Sadness. Not because I'm black, but because sadness is sadness, and I just happen to be Black Sadness.
Charlotte.
I'm back.
Hi, Wonder Woman?
No, I'm actually dressed as Nubia. You know, Wonder Woman's half-sister DC Comics forgot to put in the movie.
True.
Yeah, and just to jump back, my girls love dressing up, okay? Like, we like to move through different time periods each week.
Really?
Yeah, like last week, we were all Rosa Parks, and then they were all fighting for the front seat of the car, and then two of them had to sit in the back, and, oh, wait, oh no. Oh.
Well, that kind of blew up, didn't it? Well, who got to sit in the front?
Surprise.
Who?
My daughter, surprise. She got the front seat. But then Halloween and 3 o'clock were so pissed.
Wait. Hold on. No. So tell me, do you have any normal clothes?
Define normal.
You know, pants, shirts.
Oh yeah, normcore. It is so bad for the soul, and I get sad just talking about it. Normcore is death. This is how I feel in the world of normcore. This is how I feel in the world with no costumes.
But you're wearing a costume.
The girl dressed as Black Sadness can't hear you.
What is happening?
Did you guys enjoy my show? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, listen, thank you so much for watching the very first episode of Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
Hey, yo, I'm chilling on the late night. I ain't even doing much. Probably put a movie on. Maybe hit a couple blunts. Homie, sit the jack. Asking where the hell you at. Botanica is jumping. Come and meet me in the back. So I hopped in the D-Ride. Whipped into the bar. Passed the po-po. Sitting in his car. Now I'm hoping I ain't got a warrant on my head. Cause then he pulled me over. Roll my window down and said, Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Goes back to the scene, man, I done had enough. 40 minutes in, it's like he's trying to set me up. Thinking to myself like, this is unbelievable. Then he told me, sir, please step out of the vehicle. Look inside my window, ask me what the hell is this? Started walking to me while he's reaching for his hip. I'm like this. Time to make a decision quick, cause I'm either getting hit or I'm gonna hit him with the gift. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. gun. You if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Yo, I dove inside the whip, quick slam the car door. Sped up on the copper, put the pedal to the floor. Car started racing, I ain't even take the wheel. My heart steady racing, but these nerves are made of steel. Now I'm feeling like I'm OJ, pulling out the driveway, doing 120 in a Bronco on the highway. Fuck a pit maneuver, better get up out the way. Fuck the police, is still all I gotta say.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Do I look at you?
Yeah, look at me.
Okay.
Look at me. Okay, so talk.
Talk about what?
Tell me your name, and are you nervous? Are you excited?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Can I say hi?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hey, my name is Nora Hopkins, and I'm feeling I actually have a hard time identifying my feelings, like, in the moment. Sometimes it's like years later that I'm like, oh, I was angry. Right now, I'm feeling, I'm not nervous, no, not excited. Oh, I'm a little bit hungry. There is a certain type of emptiness that happens after you've, like, been filmed, I feel like.
What's up, penguins?
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Did you notice I called you penguins?
I did. I liked it.
Is that a new thing, or?
I'm trying to find more gender-neutral greetings.
Oh, okay.
I think we say guys too much, right? Hey, Guilty. guys. What's up, guys?
Yeah.
What do you want to do tonight, guys?
Hey, guys. Right.
Hey, penguin.
Hey, cockatoo. Hey, we're getting started now. Okay. So come on in. It's a hot, hot crowd. You guys can come too.
See
Come
you
on.
later. Bye.
Okay, hop in.
I like cockatoo.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah, cockadoodle do.
Which you like better, cockatoo or penguin?
Oh, it's like Sophie's choice. I think I like cockatoo. It's nice.
I like cockatoo. I like penguin.
Uh-huh.
I like...
Penguins mate for life.
They do? Is that real?
Either that or they're gay. I forget which one.
So I got my start on YouTube. And I'm really proud of my work there. You might have seen me on Bronx Zoo Monkey Imitates Girl with Allergies. Anyone else here depressed? Try being depressed on a trampoline.
I feel like you're getting right up on my teeth here, and my mother's gonna say, "Why do we pay for all those braces?"
You think your mother's gonna watch this?
So at my age, when I get a new birthmark, it's gotta be cancer. Right? It's cancer disease. So anyways, I'm old. I'm a very old woman, and my body is just starting to really crepe up like the dessert, just like real wrinkly, like a crepe, yes? And you know what? Humans, they don't appreciate crepes. They don't appreciate the skin, but you know who does? Turtles! Turtles! Yeah, turtles. Because they got that skin, right? They got that crepey skin. Yeah, it's all wrinkly. So the other day I was walking down the street and I saw a turtle, right? She was owning it. She was owning her skin. I hear you in the back, you like it. All right. So I'm old, but I like to fuck, right? You can tell. So I take off my grandma sweater. Oh, TJ Maxx, I take it off. I'm a sexy grandma. She's asleep. This one right here is asleep. Okay.
Have you ever done a rebirthing?
Not that I know of.
Oh, you should think about doing it.
Who goes on dates? Anyone? Am I the only one? Jesus! This is gonna be an awkward story to tell.
What is that? Is it like a vaginal rejuvenation?
No, but you should think about doing that too.
I think I'm good there. Nothing ever goes in there, so I should be good.
All right, cut.
Yeah, I never met an animal that had anything interesting to say. Welcome to the stage right now, your headliner, Nora Hopkins.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming out. Good to be out of my room. Spend a lot of time indoors these days, just straddling that fine line between tweezing and self-harm. I've been wishing lately that I could outsource skiing, but like something to do that.
Hey, Missy, it's me again. I'm just calling because I was thinking about you and also wondering if you're going to be able to make it tomorrow. I really hope you can come. I don't want to do this by myself. I was hoping you could give me away. So anyway, give me a call back when you get a chance. NBD, no big deal. Actually, it is kind of a big deal. So if you could, if you could call me back and let me know either way, BD, that would be really great. Okay, anyway, I guess I'll...
Hey, Mick!
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? I'm good. Where are you coming from?
Oh, I had a drink.
Yeah, I see that. You look like Bambi trying to learn how to walk for the first time.
Oh, you're so dear to me.
Yeah,
Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, I just feel so warm and good, you know.
That's real. That's awesome.
Like butter melting, you know. You just like let go of all the stupid things that are stressing you out and just feel good in the moment.
Yeah.
I've been told that I have a funny sneeze, and you know that's not like exactly amazing comedy, but it's like these days we'll take a laugh where we can get it, right? So I have a funny sneeze, and what do you say to somebody when they say to you you have a funny sneeze? Like, hey, right back at you. It's like a little word joke. But so here's my impression of myself with this famous funny sneeze of mine. I actually don't want to do that. I don't feel like doing that, I'm sorry. Okay. It's one of those times for me where like do you ever get this way where everything is too much of an effort? I mean, I brush just the front of my hair, do you know what I mean?
Look at all these street lights. Isn't it just like gorgeous out here?
Yeah.
Something to confess to you. So earlier for lunch, I had sausage with peppers and onions, and like, I'm worried my breath smells terrible right now.
Let me smell.
Oh.
I mean, it does smell like sausage, but it's not bad.
I know, okay. You know, one time I ate a dog biscuit, and it wasn't even by accident. I just ate it because it was there.
A dog biscuit, ladies and gentlemen, a dog biscuit.
You can probably tell I'm not from here. I'm Texan. No, just kidding. I'm Irish. I'm an immigrant, so not around for much longer. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm one of the white ones, so I'm okay for the time being. I've been cancelling a lot of plans because of Syria. Okay. Thank you.
Let's go back to my place.
Oh, I mean, I can't.
Why not?
I'm with Brian, you know. Oh, I know.
Ew, I know.
I can't. I mean,
come on, you just kissed me.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm totally.
Sorry,
I'm
really?
No, I'm so attracted to you, and I just got a little carried away. It's weird. It's just confusing. You know, I really like you.
Just another straight girl.
Oh, come on. It's not like that. I'm not. It's. I care about you.
Okay.
Come on,
All right.
what are you doing?
Well,
What are you
good
doing? No, come on, Mick. Bye, straight girl, thanks. It's like we're on a spectrum.
But I mean, it's just really hard to focus on doing comedy when it's like there's all these old men in Washington, D.C. deciding what's going to happen to women's bodies, and they're actually senile. Like, it's not like, you know, oh, I disagree with them. It's like, no, those are senile old men. They should just be in a wicker wheelchair rocking on their plantations or wherever the fuck they came from. But instead, they're deciding what's going to happen to us. So, yeah, I think that, so dating, so let's do some dating stuff. Dating doesn't matter. And what else happens? So, yeah, it's the Nazis are back. So there's bigger things to worry about. It doesn't really, so I don't mean to get all like, you know, like nothing matters, but is there anything? Is there anything? You guys think of anything? Yeah, I mean, okay, this is an interesting exploration, sort of self-absorbed about like the thin line between comedy and tragedy. Sorry to take up your time, and good night, everyone. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
Nora! Nora!
What?
Where are you going?
I'm leaving. I have to get out of here.
Why?
I told you that I wasn't into it, and now look what happened.
We're gonna stay, we're gonna have some drinks, talk about friends.
We're gonna have drinks and mingle.
Yeah.
Did you see what happens in there?
You killed. They laughed so hard, you were hilarious.
No, I did not kill. Now, I certainly didn't bomb as hard as you just bombed and humiliated yourself in there, but I didn't kill.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you bombed?
Yeah, but you know what? I did this for you. I did this for us.
You did what? Created an epic silence in a shitty Brooklyn bar in the middle of the night. For me. How's that helpful to me?
I did it for you because you said that your profile needs to be bumped up or you're going to lose your visa.
I don't even know if I want to stay in this country. No offense, but it's a disaster, and what you're doing is really inadequate at best.
Inadequate?
Yeah, it's pathetic.
All right, fine. Sorry that the things I'm trying to help both of us do are too pathetic for you.
You're doing sexy grandma while there's white supremacists in the White House. Congratulations.
Yeah, Nora, I know there's white supremacists in the White House. You don't have to tell me that. Fucking idiot.
See, your method is good.
You just messed me
Wait,
up, man.
never mind.
You just screwed me up.
What's this from?
This?
Mm-hmm. Did you get a wart burned off?
No. Do I look like someone who had warts?
I had warts. People get warts, you know. Look. That's a wart. That's a wart. You don't get it from kissing pigs, okay? Or being inbred. People get warts.
All right. I believe you.
So what's it from?
Oh. So. Mick, hi.
Hey,
What are you doing?
I'm trying to open the safe.
Okay, why?
Because there might be money in it.
Well, are you good at opening safes?
I don't know. I've never done it before.
Well, I have $900 saved for my dress.
Good for you.
I mean, I could give it to you.
No. Keep your money for your dress.
I just want to help you out, and you can be done paying back Karen sooner, you know? I'm sorry about last night. I know I had too much to drink, and I don't want things to be weird between us, you know? I really do like you, and your friendship means a lot to me. I told Brian about it. He didn't even care.
Really?
He was like, oh, hot.
Interesting.
So I'm in this acting class in college, right? Like we all have been. And the teacher says we're gonna do this activity where everyone stands up in front of the class and we all shout out what parts these people can play, right?
Awkward.
The teacher says looks are a very important part of being an actor, right? So, you know, the kids get up and everyone's shouting out, stoner, you know, girl next door, ingenue. And finally it's my turn. I get up in front of the class, and what do you think happens?
What?
Silence. Dead silence. Crickets. And I'm up there, I'm smiling, you know, I'm giving my best. I'm like, somebody throw me a bone here, right? Nothing. It's like, a 100 times longer than that. 100 times longer. Yeah.
Awful. That's the worst.
So bad.
I feel like you could be, you know, a teacher. You look like a prisoner. You could be a murderer.
Thank you. I mean, that would have been great. I mean, no, I think I could be a boy next door, like a cop or whatever. Cheerleader.
Right.
Well, so finally this one guy gets up and he like raises his hand. He's like, well, you could be one of those people who stands on the street and says, do you have a minute for the whales?
Oh, no, that's not what you want.
Right?
That's not what you want, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I was wearing Tevas.
It was Halloween. I was in college, like a freshman in college, and I was on one of those old-ass stationary bikes, like exercise bikes. For some reason, I was barefoot. And I got my pinky toe stuck in one of the gears, right? And so I was trying to wiggle it out. I couldn't get it out. Tried to pull it out. Couldn't get it out. So I decide to use my pinky and stick it in the gear and hold it open so I could get my toe out, which I did. But then what I don't realize is that my other leg is still on the other pedal, right? And then, whoosh, I step down on the pedal with my pinky still stuck in the gear, and it basically took the whole finger almost all the way off of my hand. I mean, it was like dangling at this angle.
Gross. Ew.
Yeah.
Funny ass.
It was gross.
Hey, you made it.
Yep. Is that what you're wearing?
Yep.
Oh, it looks really used. So,
It's borrowed, actually. It's mixed. You know, symbolic, something borrowed, something blue, something old, borrowed and old.
So are we actually doing this today?
Yeah, everyone's outside.
I was covered in blood, holding my pinky, and stumbling up the stairs. And I finally run into a bunch of people that I knew, my roommates, and they had been decorating for the Halloween party. So they see me like this, covered in blood, and they're like, oh my God, Karen, that's amazing! That's so realistic, how did you do that? I was like, no, fucking help me, please help me. And they were like, ha ha ha.
So gross. Just real blood all over you.
They realized I wasn't fucking around, and I went to the hospital, and they sewed it back on.
Is that true?
Scout's honor.
That's disgusting.
Okay.
I really think you should stop this because you probably won't even get in. And if you do, I mean, I'm sure Nora would be really pissed. Just let me give you the money.
No, keep your money. Yeah, I'd probably end up spending it on fixing my Bluetooth anyway.
You have a Bluetooth?
Yeah, I'm an actual Bluetooth.
Oh, whoa.
Another present from my days doing cocaine.
Oh, gosh. I didn't realize that could happen.
Yeah, well, I wasn't exactly at the top of my dental hygiene game back in those days, you know?
Yeah. Well. Oh my God. Oh, you did it. What's in there?
I think it's...
What does it say?
It's a recipe for tuna noodle casserole.
Huh.
It's just my fucking luck.
That's a weird thing to have in a safe. I mean, you can just go online and find that recipe anywhere.
Yeah.
I love tuna noodle casserole.
Really?
If you could, like, be in any movie for 20 minutes, like living that movie, what would it be?
As my actual life?
Yeah.
You ever see Keeping the Faith?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Do you want some tea?
No. Nora, I think we need to address the elephant in the room.
I don't see any elephants. All I see is just like that funny frog in the window. It's kind of tacky, no? Funny though.
I think you owe me an apology.
Okay, sexy grandma, I'm really sorry if you're in there. It must be really difficult to have your bra on the outside of the whole of your life, to be competing with all these hot younger women for these guys.
And
Rachel, I would actually be lost without you. I hope you know that, and I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Baby girl.
I love you.
I love you too. Even though I said all that.
Of course, and girl, I know there are white supremacists in the White House.
Right, I was checking.
Okay, you don't have to.
Right, sorry. I'm so sorry.
There's like some sludge coming up from the sink.
Ew.
Oh no, I think that might be 1,000-year-old salsa. I'm really sorry. What was you supposed to do with it? You have to throw it down the sink. Yeah, I don't know. I never know that with salsa. It's too chunky for the sink, but it's too runny for the garbage. Like, where do you put it?
Babes. You put it in the toilet.
Oh.
So, I don't want to seem harsh, but this honestly is a little pathetic.
Pathetic? No. I guess I just looked at my life and I saw all these missed opportunities and lost potential and all these ways in which my voice had been stifled. And not only that, all these ways in which I had stifled my own voice. And I wanted to say that ends today. That ends here, you know? And I felt like a formal ceremony would help me do that, to say I love myself. I take my own side. I'm on my own team from now on, you know?
Okay. This is honestly really weird. All right. But I'm gonna play along. So
you know
it's
what?
fine.
I don't want you to play along. All those people out there are here because they may not understand why I'm doing this, but they understand that it's important to me to do this. And so if you can't be one of those people, you should just leave.
I'm not leaving. Look, I brought you flowers. And they're blue. And I'm wearing blue. Okay.
Yeah, you're both blue.
How much more supportive can I be?
You could be a lot more supportive.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe I'll just keep these and...
No, Are you a conductor?
I'm dancing. See? Look how great I look holding the flowers and dancing.
Okay, just give me the flowers.
This is what your first dance is gonna look like? You're just...
No, I'm a much better dancer than you. Can you just give me the flowers?
I really doubt that. I took 1 year of hip hop in fifth grade, so...
You want me to show you what hip hop dancing looks like?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta get like dirty.
Oh, no, please don't show me that.
Do a little like twerk.
If I give you
gotta
one
get
word
dirty
advice,
if you're gonna hip hop.
you're not gonna do that on the dance floor. Okay, take the flowers.
Thank
Ugh. Why me? This here. Aha.
I hear there's a clogged sink.
Oh, yeah, they send you too?
Yeah.
What about me? Says I know how to fix a sink.
I don't know. Nothing. Why do people think I can fix things? The only thing I'm good at is Ethel Merman impersonations. What do we got? Let's see under the hood. Oh, yeah, this'll really do it. Oh, he's got a brother. How'd you get the red hair? Okay. I didn't do it.
Aha! This is the one.
That? What's that thing gonna do?
This is gonna
Plug it up?
This is like a plunger.
Ouch. Okay, yeah, that looks right.
Okay.
How'd they get the tomatoes in there?
Look, I think this is how they were making salsa.
Who put salsa down the drain? That's not where it goes.
I don't know. These people are animals.
Just, get in there. I know you know how to get in there.
Cute. You're referring to that? Hey.
You got that upside down.
This?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'd like to have her upside down.
Like to clean those pipes. We should do this more often.
We really should. You want to try it?
No, that no. Yeah, I'll leave that to you.
What were you talking about?
Just hanging out.
Me too.
It's always good. Okay, this is for you, for Sheila. We want to say congratulations. Okay, so let's say with all of cheers, guys. Sheila, cheers, you guys. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Say it to Sheila. Sheila. Cheers, you guys.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
The subject of photography became a big topic in my work, like how people use and share images, why we share images, why we take photographs. And as photography became more and more ubiquitous in the world, it just became such an interesting topic and such an interesting subject to work with. I'm Penelope Imbrico, and I'm a multimedia artist. There's an aspect of revealing what's inside the black box. There's this term called knolling, the act of like disassembling stuff and then, or bringing together similar types of things and arranging them flat on a table in perpendicular fashion, in a designy kind of aesthetic way, and then taking a photograph from the above. And so I thought it would be great to create a knolling table for this exhibition. This entire exhibition is also a kind of evolving e-waste intake center where people can bring stuff that they don't want anymore. They can also bring that stuff and take it apart and take a picture of it. One day I was here and there were a lot of high school students from Brooklyn Tech, and they just got so excited and they all came around the table and started taking things apart. Then they came the next day with their friends. And so it's been really great, and there is something so amazing about when you take something apart little bit by little bit and really understand what the thing that you carry around with and wake up with and go to sleep with is made of physically. I read some facts somewhere, like there's 52 billion tons of e-waste every year, and only 10% of it gets recycled. To me, that's just insane. It's amazing to me how much e-waste there is and how little of it gets recycled. This project, Monument, is really about addressing the screen. Like when we're looking at a screen, we're actually not looking at the screen, we're looking right through it. So we have no idea what's inside it, how it works, and yet we're more intimate with this really than we are probably with our partners. So this exhibition tries to do two things. It's turning this idea of the black box inside out, and it's also articulating the physicality of the screen and making you actually really have to navigate that or understand that as a physical, liquid, messy object that we normally think of as being not physical and clean and slick. So the news has replaced the idea of horror in my mind. So these are live streaming newscasts. Some of them are live streaming and some of them are pre-recorded because some of the monitors won't accept cable. So we hooked up media players and we're playing pre-recorded news. So the web really affords this kind of study of looking across a certain kind of genre of photography and seeing what people are doing in that. There's a lot you can find in those images. It's fascinating, how people take images and what they share and how they share it, and the sort of inconsequentiality of those images. Like people are not interested in what they look like as a photograph. They're made really specifically just to take a picture of a TV, to sell the TV. So when I decontextualize them and recontextualize them into my work, I'm actually finding groups of things, phenomenon that happen that say something about who we are.
The process of creating art out of found objects, upcycling, repurposing, I've always done that. It's bred out of necessity, really. It goes back to this compulsion to create. I didn't go to school for art. I dropped out of high school when I was in my sophomore year and took a GED. I never went to college. But I always felt compelled to create. And I also was raised here in Brooklyn in a financially disadvantaged family, so we never had money. So I found things to make, literally in my environment. I'm talking about from the time I was like 5 or 6. So this idea of seeing something and being like, I can make something with that, it's out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So I've always looked to existing things in my environment and tried to figure out how I can flip them to express what I have this compulsion to express, whatever it is. I'm Patrick Dorr. I'm an artist and musician, a poet, a writer, a creative. I've been doing art in one form or another all my life, but I never would claim the title artist. If someone asked me if I was an artist, I'd say, no, I do art. I'm not an artist. I never wanted to commit to that because I didn't really understand what it was. I also felt that an artist was for a different type of person than I am. It's in the last couple of years I feel like I'm starting to really own what it is to be an artist and feel comfortable with referring to myself as an artist. Being sober allows me to wake up and not come to. Being sober allows me to have a discipline and a direction that I didn't have when I was drinking and drugging. I've been sober 16 years by the grace of God. This disease of alcoholism and drug abuse went through my family like a plague. Literally took my uncles, my father, my older brother just died a month ago from alcoholism. So I count every day as a blessing. And I drank and drugged from the time I was 14 to 38. And I had to hit a real bottom before I turned my life around by the grace of God. But you know, not everybody gets that chance. The recovery that I've had from drinking, from alcoholism and drug abuse has been a spiritual process and a spiritual awakening. It changed my perspective. I still have a personality that is compulsive and obsessive, but now it's about art, right, and music. My perspective has changed, and I've been given a second chance in life, and so every moment is precious. There's this idea that when I see something discarded, my first impulse is to want to pick it up, just to clean it up. You know, then the second is, well, what can I do with that? There's something that can be made from this. You know, we live in an incredibly wasteful society. So I think a lot of the stuff that I do, it doesn't start from a lofty concept. It's very much in the moment. It's like when I see rusty metal, when I see a discarded can, I'm not necessarily thinking ahead of time what I'm going to do with that. It's happening in the moment. This triptych this is about the divinity of Black women in particular. These are also about the goddess and fertility and creation. The models are all from Africa, so I was really conscious about making sure everything represented had something to do with creation and fertility and the goddess. So there's a lot of symbolism. All three, if you notice, have a cowrie shell over their third eye. Their gowns are from different sacred texts, the Quran, the Bible, Old Testament, and Buddhist Dharma. This is an ancient Celtic symbol for fertility. This is the alchemist symbol for creation. She's holding the Akan fertility symbol and the Ankh, which is a symbol of life. I am half African American and half Irish American, and born here in, like I said, in Brooklyn. When I was a little kid, we had one art book. It was called The History of Art. And I remember as a little kid pouring through that book, and the only part that really attracted me was the primitive art, the African art. I always felt drawn to it. And so as I got older, I just explored that more and felt that connection even deeper. When I do create sculptures out of found metal, that started with me wanting to have African masks and sculptures of my own, but not being able to afford them. You know, I'd walk and see a piece of rusted metal and think, I can make that into something that somewhat mirrors African art. I have, for the last 20 years, worked with young people and encouraged them to pursue their dreams. You know, this idea that you can be an artist. You know, you can be a young person of color from a financially disadvantaged background. You are worthy of being an artist. And I've tried to empower and support kids for that long, and I wasn't even taking my own advice. Started to feel a little bit like a hypocrite. So this leap that I've made in the last couple of months is really me kind of like listening to my own speeches of being worthy to be an artist. And God and the universe have been so affirming in these last few months. Things are really starting to happen.
tap dancing is my way of communication, and it's become my voice, and it's become my expression. My name is Kazu Kumagai. I'm a tap dancer. I was born and raised in a small city called Sendai City, Japan. And I grew up there until when I became 19. I started when I was 5. But because I was growing up in a small city in Japan, I couldn't find any tap school. I went to NYU to study psychology. But I found the advertisement. There's a school called Funk U, and it's a school for training program for Broadway show, bringing the noise, bringing the funk. I started training with the great teacher named Ted Levy, and he told me almost everything to be a tap dancer, like musicality and not just about the step, but also history and the culture, and always like there's a masters around there, like Gray Bunny, Buster Brown, Jimmy Slides, and Gregory Hines. That's where I really started learning. Basically, like I make sound with this. There's a metal and the toe here. With just this 4 sound basically. You can make music like drums, like it can be like bass sound. It's like snare. This is a higher note and it's lower notes. From the masters, teachers, they always sing the rhythm first. Sidi ba u ba di di ba. Then I can do sidi ba u ba di di da. Sidi do ba ba di di da. Sidi u ba di di da. So my teacher always told me, one is your best friend. So don't lose one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Daddy started out in San Francisco, tooting on his trumpet, wild and mean. Suddenly a voice said, "Go for Daddy, spread your picture on the wider screen."
My teacher told me, speak with your feet instead of like performing, express yourself. It's always related to the jazz music, and it's always like a conversation and the call and response with the musicians.
It's a tingle in your fingers, tingle in your feet.
It's always the rhythm, and the sound is the most important thing.
It's a powerful beat. Yes, the rhythm of life is a powerful beat.
Come writers and critics, prophesize with your pen. Keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin. There's no telling who that's a naming. For the loser now will later be win. For the times there are a-changing.
The biggest difference I discovered when I started learning here was the musicality of the dance. Tap dancing is always related to the specifically jazz music, and it's always like a conversation and the call and response with the musicians. It's always the rhythm, and the sound is the most important thing. Yeah, walking the street, hearing the sound, it's the biggest inspiration for me. And also my emotion always change the way I dance and change the rhythm. Main thing I do is mostly improvisation and just like everyday life, just like breathing. Not always the sound is important, but space is important. Always the pulse, just like the heartbeat, makes the rhythm going. Good rhythm, wonderful life, and that's my belief.
Since I was kids, I always wanted to make some weird dream kind of feelings. I'm Maiko Kikuchi, Brooklyn-based artist. I'm making painting, collages, sculpture, and puppetry. All the time, my art is related to the daydreams, which is my big theme, continuous theme for my creation. So my collage is the tools for making my daydreams. One time I made almost 100 collages for one summer, which is my challenge. So I just needed to train myself how to follow my instinct. This is rough collage. Cut it out and then paste on the paper. That's a locket. I took one puppetry class, which is led by Theodorus Vitalis, one of the really great puppet artists in New York. After I took her class and learning about the puppetry, I'm really into the expression about the puppetry. My performance face, this is actually my grandfather's face. It's pretty big. The trick is it gets small face too. That's one of the trick for the show. I applied for the puppet lab at Sentence Warehouse in Dumbo. Somehow I got in. I was so lucky. And then that was the first time I make my theater puppetry work in my life. First time I make the object theater, which is called Daydream Anthology. I decided to make something continue from the Daydream Anthology.
7, 8, 9, 10. You got it?
I recently made the 20-minute short piece, Daydream Tutorial. So I combine the object and animation, and then me wearing mask and perform. It's me showing how to make something.
Daydream tutorial.
But it's not ordinary tutorial.
How to shape your face.
Repeat the movement 10 times.
Okay.
Here is an example.
Yeah.
I think me as an artist here, my Brooklyn days, which is totally different between Japan. So every time I kind of feel a little unusual or the things I'm not used to, which kind of makes me feel I'm in the daydreams. So that's always caused me to like make my piece.
10 times. Here is an example. 1, 2. You got it?
Whenever like I talking about my like artworks, I always like wondering which part I should like begin, I should start to talk about. That's a really hard part, but I really enjoying how I create my artworks.
It's interesting because I have felt the most alive moments right after I thought I was going to die. I was in a strike and I almost got killed. Literally killed.
It was almost normal to somehow witness a criminal act. Getting things stolen or being attacked or assaulted for reasons that at the time I couldn't comprehend, but it became like something normal in the country. I was covering via photography and videography like a bunch of the strikes that were going on in my country, because the only channel that it was covering a lot of what was happening, it was NT24, and it's a Colombian channel. So I started documenting what was happening, and in the middle of the strike, things got really crazy. That was insane. I was 17 when that happened. I spent literally like 2 months in my house. Like my parents after that didn't let me go out. After that, I realized that my life was actually in danger. My name is Maria Angela, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm 21 years old, and I'm living in Bushwick in Brooklyn, New York. I finally talked to my family. I made the decision of like starting a new life here. I became very like lonely, and I just started documenting like the changes that I was going through. So like I have a lot of photos that represent kind of like that solitude. You know, I started just doing self-portraiture of like how it felt to like just wake up and like having uncertainty. I think taking a camera was a way for me to express myself. I started journaling a lot, and I started kind of like documenting what it was like, that process of becoming a young adult, like my womanhood in a way, my early stage of a womanhood. And it became like a lot of self-portraiture, but just of how empty and how sad and how nostalgic it was to just kind of start from a place where I sincerely did not have anything, and how that was like my only option. Like that was the decision that I took that led me into all of this. And for sure it wasn't easy, and it still is not, but what I do think it's really beautiful is being able to, through photography, kind of like see the starting point of that decision and like have it all documented until now, like from 17 until now that I'm 21, just seeing that change, how I adapt, and how my roots still come from that little girl that grew up vulnerable, exposed, and like is stronger in a way. It is not much different at the beginning when you move from Venezuela to other country, because you have to like shred that skin, you know what I mean? So in the first year and a half, I was like going back and forth like, with people, and I felt like the need of
almost disattaching myself in order for me to sincerely be able to adapt to my reality here in the States. It was so sad because I was moving forward with my life. You know, I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this project. And then my friends over there, they're like, that must be cool. Like, I'm just here. Like, I'm just really trying to make it through the day. The other photos that I have here on my wall, this one, it's with my grandma. I was having issues with how to cope with my feelings, and I guess I started drinking a lot of alcohol, even though I was underage. Like, I was just coping with a lot of that, and my grandma has been so understanding always, so sweet and so kind. And these two portraits, I did not took them, but I was able to do a talk at FIT about self-portraiture and photography, being able to encourage other people to find the beauty in their own things and in their insecurities, and to document their lives is really beautiful. I feel like something that I learned a lot from like migrating is that it showed me that you're not entitled at all, like not even in your own country, you know what I mean? Like, what is really important is that we all get the same human rights, and that's something that has been incredibly violated. If all of those things are being taken away from you, if you sincerely want to make your life better, that's when you make your decision, and that's when the dream starts.
This more than just a poem, I'm more than just a poet, akin to stardust, and tell myself till I know it, yeah. That ain't lust for the fame or the fortune. I claim what I was born with, flame return and whirlwinds, cosmic vibrations that are dancing under my skin.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
take care of the music, it will take care of you.
Afraid, then it's hard to reach that point of creativity if you're afraid. If you're not afraid, if you have the courage, then you dwell in the unknown, and the good things can happen, you know, along with the bad things. So it's like you welcome that.
care of music, it will take care of you, 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 take care of you. You have to do this because you love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. If you take care of the music, it will take care of you, 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 take care of you.
I've lived here since 1998. I've lived in Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, back and forth, like 6 different houses in that time period. So I've watched it move and grow and change, and people moving in and out, and things come up, and so it's just, I feel like it's a part of who I am now. Brooklyn already has a very rich musical history, so I feel like I'm a part of that. Again, this is Marcus Gilmore on the drums. That's Vicente Archer at the bass. Jahi Sundance on the 1s and 2s. This is my latest single, Better Than I Imagined, which features her and another BRIC Jazz Festival headliner, my sister, Miss Michelle Cello. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you, BRIC, for having us. Hopefully we'll do this again soon. Thank y'all.
It's all right, y'all can make noise at my show.
Just call when you need me, baby, yeah. Just call me, just call me, just call. Kiss your body and fill you with love. Let me feed your body and fill you with love. I can't sleep when I ain't close to you. I cry. Let me feel your body. This is love. Yes, I adore you. You're mind, body, and soul. I've searched my whole life for you, baby. It's deeper than blood, deeper than blood. This is love. This is how I love you. This is love. This is how I love you. Just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Steer it up. Steer it up. Just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Steer it up. Wake up, return, balance, align. sure that I'm loved. Nobody knows nothing, nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Return to balance, align, wake up, 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 return to balance, align. Nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Now wake up, return, balance, align. 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 Dream better. Learning to dream better. Learning to dream better. Learning to dream better. Please thank Mark Kelly. Please thank Jack DeBow. Please thank Cole Kamen Green. Please thank Adam Levy. Please thank Justin Hicks. Please thank Chris Bruce. Please thank Jake Sherman. Thank you, Abe. Thank you, Black Gatsby. Thank you, Rashman. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Atticus. Thank you, Solomon.
To introduce this next song because it's very visceral to me. I wrote a song a few years ago that's about a kid that started a movement called Black Lives Matter. I'm from Ferguson, so I feel it very important that I talk about Ferguson, you know. This kid I'm talking about, his name is Mike Brown. And he was killed by law enforcement for no good reason. So I wrote this song to lament him. Dedication to his parents, dedicated to his family, dedicated to all of the parents of the slain people, the Garners, the Ahmaud Arbery's, the Breonna Taylors. I wrote the song, it was called MB Lament, but I had to change the title to When Will It Stop? When will the violence stop? When will the racism stop? I'm playing this song for the first time in a long time. Since then, you know, my family has been, yeah, I'm playing this song and I'm gonna dedicate this one to my son. He's still living, but racism is real and we're gonna fight to tear it down. So when will it stop? When will the bias stop? When will it stop? day after Christmas, my son and I made international news because it's gone all over the world. From an incident at a hotel in New York City, the Arlo Hotel. My son was accosted, attacked, and racially profiled. Something that needs to change immediately. You know, we're on the front lines of bringing about change to stop this racial profiling right now. We're in a war. It's for the good of our nation, for everybody. That really has impacted me in so many different ways. One has to do with compositionally. It gives me a context to really speak on from a personal standpoint. Sometimes I've written songs about people that I never met before, but right now I'm writing songs about my son, about our scenario, about racial profiling, about social issues, but I don't have to have imposter syndrome about it. I'm a part of this story. As an artist, we have a duty to use our platform for something good. At least that's what I think. That's what Nina Simone said. And many other artists have stood on their platform and used it for change, for social justice and everything else. I'm no different in that. I believe that music can be a force for good. Music can be a force and a conduit for change. And I don't take that for granted. So my entire walk at this point has to do with, you know, speaking for the voiceless and using myself as a change agent, using myself, using my story as a way to actually bring change for the people who aren't even thought of yet, the kids who don't have a voice.
Was a gifted guy. When he would paint his brush strokes, they seemed to reach towards the sky, but yo, the colors were the greatest part. The vibrancy is shoot a hole straight through your heart. Like, am I looking at God? His mama did what she could for him. She worked a couple jobs to support him. She bought him new kicks if she could afford him. She loved the baby, but he needed to make some paper. If he was ever gonna make it, she was screaming at him. So we got this dead end 9 to 5, this next security gig at night, and he would count the hours one by one, and as his soul was slowly slipping to space, he knew it had to be another way. And yeah, he had to get that paper made. And now the benefits weren't that great. Sell a couple bricks and he like, yo, we could be straight. It could always be the wrong night, run into the wrong guys, had to keep the peace on them. There's a couple of A's and just some leaf on them. Never been a gangster, just a dude that likes to doodle ruthless. The truth is, he didn't have a legal tendency. Stop rushing all this paper, Ricky. Brushes on the paper, Ricky. Too bad, but he could open in the gallery, the red and blue to shoot a altercation over his cell phone. Another black man stole or didn't. They look into his pockets, they figured his vision. A bloodstained fist with an eye drawn on some loose leaf. Photo went viral on Newsweek. Dear Ricky, you should have done the impossible. Your decision to stay true to your art was honorable. We love you, we miss you. Just try to understand that the odds are stacked against you are a black man.
5 or 6 years ago when I started the group, it really was so that we could create some awareness around the situation, as well as to highlight the beauty and the potential excellence of Black life and Black music. So I really do feel like I have completed some goals, because since then, Black Wall Street's been televised. I've had many people come up to me and say, I had no idea about it, and then I saw it in this TV show, and then I saw it in this TV show. Why aren't we talking about it? So I think it is really, really important, especially for young people and people in general, to realize why the world looks the way it does. Many of us, as we're growing, we're not taught about the systemic racism that changes the way that our lives look and feel, and the segregation that we see just on an everyday basis. I think it's really important to speak about these pieces of history, because I think that they will help us to understand the bigger picture.
Falling over, starting over, starting over. Love is falling, starting over. Northern border, southern border, southern border. Love is broken at the border. Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. What you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. It's what we said it all true. If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is what you said it all true? What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is it all true? Can we forgive her if love won't? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? 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 Love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves?
How did we come together and establish chemistry? I reached out to Van on Twitter. That's how it started. I tweeted, I want to make a record with @VanHunt. And then @VanHunt replied. And he said, let's do it. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, this thing really works. And and then I hit him in the DM and I shot my shot and I was like, Van, I love your music. I've got a band. Would you be down to do some stuff? And he hit me back. That was the beginning of it.
And I was just like, man, these beat makers always on me, So I just thought he was a drum machine dude. But I like the name Nate. Nate's one of my favorite names. It's just so short and quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it gets the job done.
That's it.
Then we met, and then I found out he was an incredible musician, played everything, better than me at everything, maybe except singing Sledgehammer. I'm a little better than him at singing Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think what makes performing in Brooklyn so special for me, it's a different vibe. The audience is a very savvy audience in Brooklyn, and they, it's an audience full of artists and musicians, and I think it's people who can really appreciate what goes in to making the music happen.
What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Love without pain would leave me wondering why I stay. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven. What would I do? Saving myself, ooh, but I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. Wanna make you feel the fire, wanna burn you with my bad days. Ooh, I wanna be unsatisfied so you can feel the heat coming from me, lady, lady, lady. What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Words without hate would leave me nothing left to say. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven. What would I do? Saving myself. Ooh, I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. 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 Here in hell with you. Here in hell with you. I'm ready for that, boy. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which are near me here. The lions I can see, think of this and grasp a helm. If when it's clearer, maybe time will lift the bigger fears. Fears reliable, it seems. Most of us are overwhelmed and overworked now. So it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Stand and deliver, to be counted with the others here. The riots I've seen, people can't control themselves, they're wilding out now. Space is a mirror, but perhaps perhaps we missed or didn't hear. As I recall, it seems people are just underwhelmed, they'll never see that far. In the chaos, 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 yeah, the chaos, chaos, chaos. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which I near me. The riots I've seen, think of this and grasp the helm. You're on the clock now. You're on the clock now. My life in the sunshine. Whoa. Everybody loves the sunshine. Sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Woo. Sunshine. Get down in the sunshine. Sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just beans and things and flowers. Just beans and things and flowers. When I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
I was a teenager and I would sleep with my guitar in my bed. I had a lofted bed at college. I had one of those dreams where you're dancing. And it was a ballroom dancing experience. And I threw a leg out and I kicked my guitar out of the loft. And it woke me up by hitting the floor, and then it had a giant crack in it. So I researched it and I fixed it, and it worked. That was the first time I fixed a guitar.
I'm Chloe Swantner.
And I'm Mamie Minch, and we co-own Brooklyn Lutherie.
It's been really empowering to own our own business. And we can kind of write the book. We can do things that we really want. Yeah, I found it really pleasurable and fun and cool to do it with my friend Chloe. We decide how we want to have our days be, how we want the space to be. Part of starting the shop was not only that we wanted to have our own shop, but it was that it felt like the community really had space for it. In a way, I kind of think that the musical community had been failed by all the shops locally being run by, guys.
I think on a whole, it's felt like starting a small business, we felt like we've had a lot of support, whether it be from, our immediate friends and community, or our clientele or the other shops that exist. It hasn't felt like too much of a struggle. Good.
Right. It's the difference between doing something by yourself in a basement and being part of a community. People come in here, they know us, we know them, we've developed these relationships over the years. We've been open for 4 years, and before that we worked at other shops around town. So it feels really good to be part of people's circle in that way.
I really like the analogy of like a doctor's office or maybe even an ER. There's a whole, triage that happens. And it is often like dealing with a person's loved one. People are very attached, and if something comes in with a big injury, they're kind of freaking out.
And I think it's kind of part of both of our sort of ethos, which is fixing. We facilitate things, things working again when they stop working. When something feels wrong, come see us, we make it better. That's cool. I think there's an amount of grit in that we both identify with. I think of craftsmanship and the kind of craftsmanship that we would like to do here as being something that you develop. If you do our job well, I've heard someone say, it's impossible to tell that anyone has touched the guitar. Just sort of a downer in a way, right? If you do a good job, it's totally invisible. It looks like the break never happened, but it's really satisfying.
And when I think of craftsmanship, I also think of like the history and tradition of a particular trade. Almost like a society of people kind of information sharing, and there's a whole history of technique and development. So, I think of that.
I've really enjoyed meeting working musicians, working across the board, different kinds of music and different capacities. But I've been surprised how rewarding it's been to work with amateur musicians. Somebody who's learning, somebody who's a kid, people who pick it up after years of having put it down. I really like that. People get a lot of pleasure out of it, and it's a way that kind of anybody could have access to art or something creative or something that maybe feels a little bit bigger than day-to-day life.
Brooklyn's music scene, I feel like it's, bubbling away.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, and particularly, from what I've seen, in kind of the roots music scene,
right,
and folk music, which has always been there in New York, but Brooklyn, there's a few just kind of like roots and world music stronghold venues like Barbez and Jalopy Theater and Sunny's that just, have jams and open mics and just kind of community hub. I think the music scene is really accessible and it's really varied.
She said it. I don't know if I need to say anything else. It's actually like kind of a high pressure situation, you guys. They're looking at us and expecting us to be brilliant.
We are at the Amorphic Robot Works studio in Red Hook. It's also known as the Robotic Church. There is actually an interesting history of this building.
This place, in 1880, there was a whole crew of Norwegians that were building this church, and they were fishermen that worked out here. They labored intensely, and then they started bringing together all these beams, and they built this church. The labor of building this church by those individuals is amazing.
The mission of Amorphic Robot Works is to create large-scale robotic sculpture.
Studying traditional art, I was always drawn to dance and movement too. That was a kind of a natural evolution that from performing with my body, I abandoned my body and I began to animate the skin that I would wear in my performances.
The mission was to find an expression in these robotic machines that is close to communication. How would they communicate with each other? A lot of the performers are percussive. They're string instruments, chime instrument, some, they play their own body, but there's a lot of rhythm. And rhythm goes back to the origin of communication.
They struggle because they're machines. You feel empathy for them because they're nuts and bolts, and they're imitating human behavior. Spastic and pathetic, elegant and graceful, perhaps.
They do counter to a certain extent these expectations of the dystopian view on robots. They are human in their own way.
The spiritual aspect of this work emerges out of the years of doing it. In the early days when I began making machines, they were made from different components that were often sacrificed from other machines, let's say. So each one was, the delivering of each of these guys into a life form was a physical ordeal. I thought in a contemporary way I could deem these robotic saints as opposed to just robots.
Chico's interest in the human body has led him to experiment with another material, which is a composite high tensile fabric, to find this soft movement.
Made a whole body of more like architectural scale inflatables that have been playing out these sort of lessons in how to make the ultimate soft machine that's humanoid and humanoid in scale.
They do reflect on aspects of living organisms, so you can feel, when they perform, you can feel that they're alive.
The border crosser is this artwork that is meant to sort of propose this ephemeral gesture of peace and unity. This wheeled blob of fabric appears in the desert setting, in the rugged terrain of the border, begins to deploy. And the idea is that the border crosser grows into a monumental height arc and deploys a secondary arc over the border fence and touches the other side. So my work, most importantly, has looked at more from the singular being human part to looking at how humans are being treated. So it's grown outward. Instead of unity or pushing towards unity, what's tending to happen is there's a push to separation. And I've been more interested in looking at the worldwide issues that I can address with my work. Yes, the machine can pick the fruit. Yes, the machine can build you the car. Yes, the machine can weld better than you. Yes, the machine can play chess better than you. Yes, etc., etc. We're playing out science fiction. But can the machine recover the earth that the machine is destroying for us?
There will be more and more robots for the better and the worse. But if we can make a contribution to creating a different expectations of what robots could be, an artistic robot to study our own humanity, make us think differently about what we are, what defines us as a human, but also what else we can create.
When you make art, we cannot do it to please others. We have to do it to make them think. And some people are going to love it, some people are going to hate it, but at least you're making them think. And that's really what I want. My name is Grimanesa Moros. I'm a multimedia artist. I was born in Peru, and now I live and work here in New York City. Growing up in Peru is quite interesting from many different areas. It's because we have what is the coast, the Serra, and the jungle. In my case, I grew up by the ocean, so I think that water has been a very great influence. This brought a lot of bubbles that they accumulate all around, the shore. So I think that since I was very little, I got very interested in the play of light and water. I discovered light on a trip that I went to Iceland, and many, many years ago. I can't recall exactly, maybe it was 2000, and I couldn't sleep. And so I woke up and I encountered this unbelievable sky, and I truly didn't know what it was, but I couldn't stop saying, wow. And then obviously later I realized that it was the aurora borealis. And so since then I said to myself, wow, if I could only share this with others, this moment, what I felt, wouldn't be amazing. The project and the fee, for example, in the case of Hedera, has been thought about the community, the park itself and the architecture, how the piece was going to be responding to the environment and with the people. And what I want is to activate, the community. When they go, they're going to have different, thoughts, concepts. They're going to experience the work differently, and that somehow activates them. It inspires them to be more creative, and many wonderful things will come out from it. To build a piece like that, it requires a lot of collaborative team effort. Building the piece there, being on the field for 3 weeks, that's an amazing, magical experience as well, to see how from nothing gets built. How many tubings I'm going to be using, how many domes, because that requires about the amount of LED lines and electrical hardware, power supplies, and all the goodies that it goes with it. I truly have to know what I want, because each lines are 240 feet, some of them more, and so it requires a lot of manpower to hold them. Some of them are thick, they're heavy. So I cannot improvise that much, because to put each tube takes maybe 3 hours, sometimes more, depends, right? So imagine if I have to, okay, I'm sorry, I don't like it now, it goes down. So it is pressure for me to perform. You require confidence to truly know what you want. And I think in my case, I have got it through time. Hedera is a 360 all around. So you constantly have to build the piece, having that in consideration, that it has to make sense, to me, from all these different angles. But obviously, my intention is truly to grab my viewer. So if I'm able to take you into the piece for seconds, then I think that have been successful.
Basically, within my installations, I'm thinking about what they're going to feel like. And I think in abstract work, one thing that people don't realize is it's all about what's happening inside of you as a responder and as a viewer. My name's Kennedy Yanko, and I'm a sculptor and painter. I feel as an artist, like my biggest struggles that come up are just always getting over the hump to the next step. You know, like it's kind of like creating a new project. There's a cyclical nature to like what you're doing. There's the beginning where you're like conceiving it and thinking about it, and there's a lot of blocks there. And then there's the building of it, not knowing like what's gonna happen next, and there's the blocks there. And then there's this kind of the climactic moment of when it's installed and it's ready to go and you get to share it. And I think, you know, that frustrating part in between of not really knowing what's going on is definitely challenging for me. Step one for feel for was really about what I cared about and what I wanted to think about and what I wanted people to hear about. And that somehow manifested its way into materials. So when I was first figuring it out, I had no idea what it was going to look like. I had a couple of different like SketchUps. The BRIC auditorium has these beautiful stairs that were kind of reminiscent of the Mexican aqueducts. And I was thinking of like creating something about being a source of providing, something that would provide to a community and provide to people. Moss was something that had kind of made its way into my studio. So I'll get a material in my studio or I'll be thinking about something and it will sit there for months. But it became a really perfect opportunity for moss. So the tin ceiling comes from the tenement buildings on the Lower East Side, and they were kind of considered something that would elevate a space or make, you know, a home more elite. The tin ceiling is representative of a white picket fence, or this idea of like how one should present themselves in life. The moss and the water bring this idea of the life force, of this place, this internal place of how you're navigating through things. And it's actually overgrowing onto the tin. And I think that anytime there's like an overwhelming amount of deprivation, it's gonna come out in a really ugly way. So the moss is kind of just working its way through that, because it's gonna come out sooner or later, you know? And it might not be so pretty. The structure is about like eliminating the structure. Instead of creating our world and our lives around the institution, let's create the institution around ourselves and like what we need. It's about responding to us. I certainly feel that there's a signature that weaves its way through all my pieces. Even if there's not a skin on it, or if there's not a particular shape that it takes on, I think every artist has their own flavor. You know, if you take two artists that are doing something really similar, they're still gonna taste completely different.
Growing up, I was always really into drawing, making collages, drawing people on the subway. As I got older, I really wanted to be an artist, but I couldn't figure out really how I'd make a living doing it. I started working in finance. I moved to New York, and I thought maybe I'll try to make a bunch of money in the beginning and then retire early and be an artist after that. And then I started to see more and more new media art. So people using technology to make sculptures, to make interactive artwork. It really seemed like it had a place in the future. It spurred me to quit what I was doing and start making art. My name is Jason Krugman, and I'm a light sculptor. I call myself a light sculptor because I primarily work with LEDs, and it's almost like weaving with electricity, and then I sculpt with it. This sculpture is called Basket, There are about 3,000 LEDs and is using much, much less than a single 40-watt incandescent bulb. That got me into thinking about the way that electronics relate to the natural world. It's inspired by these tiny little microscopic creatures called diatoms, and also radiolarians. They're incredible because they have these beautiful symmetries. The way that I first learned about them was by looking at drawings by Ernst Haeckel. Haeckel was amazing because he documented many, many different types of species, kind of on par with Darwin in terms of his contribution to documenting life. What's really amazing about them is you can see how efficient their bodies are. Seeing a living creature that it almost looks like a calculus equation really ties in the idea of structuring things so that they're efficient, and in that efficiency, finding beauty. Right now I'm sitting in my studio, which is housed at New Lab in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. New Lab is a platform for scaling frontier technologies and champions the world's most forward-thinking entrepreneurs. We recently expanded into a new fabrication workshop here, where we will build huge sculptures that weigh thousands of pounds.
So this is the new fab space. We're building 20 light sculptures here in about 2 months. And we're going to start cutting, gluing things now.
We were lucky enough to find a great warehouse space across the street at the Cumberland Packing Corp, where they used to pack all of the sweet and low and sugar in the raw packets that people like to put in their coffee. It was a great space, a little weird because sometimes when someone would sweep the floor or move something, you could get a very faint taste of a sweet and low. It was pretty gross. We built tables, we set up saws, we set up basically a whole wood shop, and so we were able to get a ton done in a very short amount of time. When we're fabricating these sculptures, we try to design the process and the tools to be as efficient as possible. One person can go and make 1,000 cuts in one day. We have a good team of people working on a variety of machinery. So cutting and spot welding thousands and thousands of stainless steel tubes without having noticeable weld marks on the outside that needed to be cleaned up. Cleaning welds takes a lot of time. A lot of my artwork is about making things that are very delicate, where the entire structure is revealed. And so when I'm making artworks for outdoors or for much larger spaces, I have to think about how am I going to continue with the same type of aesthetic vocabulary and form, but working with materials that allow it to hold up to the environment. I'm currently in the midst of a big project making permanent outdoor light sculptures for a sculpture park in Jeju Island, South Korea. It's a new sculpture park that's being converted from a green tea farm. It's about 50 acres. There'll be a path that people walk along and they'll encounter different artworks. The idea that's really important to take people kind of on a gradual roller coaster so that they're not overstimulated and that their mind and their eyes and their emotions have enough time to reset. One of the sculptures that I'm most excited to see, it's a light sculpture, but it's entirely based on reflected light, which I think is a really elegant way of making light artwork that lasts really well outdoors. It's my first time acting as a curator, but also as a producer and an artist. The two artists that I invited with me are Tom Fruin and Jen Lewin. Jen Lewin is a Brooklyn-based artist. She is well known for making a series of works called The Pool, in which there are dozens of circular platforms outdoors. People are invited to play and dance to create an interactive playground that's both an artwork and an activity. The other artist who I brought in is named Tom Fruin, and he has some really beautiful big light sculptures that he makes in the form of stained glass, water towers, and greenhouses, and I think are some of the nicest pieces of public art that I've ever seen. At night, it's going to be absolutely stunning. The whole thing is about creating these amazing, interesting spaces that people are going to really want to fly to Jeju to see. You're looking down over this rolling hills with green tea, and you see the ocean in the distance. So at night, when there are light sculptures scattered throughout the landscape, it's going to feel really magical.
This is all I know, but it's in my heart. I've been here all my life.
Without this kind of barrier in the middle.
This is in my blood, man.
You know, my thing is more about the image.
It brings joy to my life.
Applying them to the world seems really important too.
I love the neighborhood.
A type of storytelling you don't really hear about.
Taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community, which is the central core of our work.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Mr. and Mrs. Honore. So good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi,
nice to see you too.
Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh, come on. Wait till you see our new greenhouse. Come on. Color for the day's yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hey.
So nice to see you again.
Same
How
here.
are you?
Hi, Teacher Amy.
Hi,
Really
so
nice to see
you
you.
both. Let's take a seat.
Absolutely. Okay.
I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
That's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing.
Oh, when is it not?
Well, children are sponges, and they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit. Are you sure? Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying WPS, WPS, WPS. So,
But you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
well, it's the school dietitian. Really works
You know
so
what?
hard.
We'll
Yeah.
talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What
the
are
car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here.
Oh, we hate the popo, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
It's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick. It's good album.
You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so.
Teacher Amy, can I be frank?
Always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home.
Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Miss Teacher Amy. Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school.
I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness.
Are you saying I'm not? Because I did go to a private school?
I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa, and what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You think that's
It's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we were just...
Steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please, take him.
love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it.
Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. That turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother. Mm-hmm.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really.
When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. There for now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Greenhaven.
You must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay?
All right.
Hey, Mr. Poindexter! Love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool. But that's your job. Got it?
Yeah. I'm good.
And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods, Don Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know, they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn, since 1980 and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, he's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your Ed was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you.
Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah.
I know what.
Just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh, okay.
Excuse me?
Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually gonna say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent his summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but...
Okay, but you're definitely part,
Yeah.
what are you?
got-
It's
you
like,
got-
Excuse me, I'm
getting a big, like,
Sephardic.
I just
it's
have
like a
Sephardic
big
eyes.
quasi...
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank 1 too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. Oh my God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please. All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consented upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm. Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it, I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Stanning?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
nice? Old, right? I said it, she's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
Oh,
Because all you want to do is talk about
That we have to deal with still.
Sheeran and Ginger.
no, do not talk about Bernie right now.
I just think that it's still very, very...
Absolutely. I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair. That's all I'm saying.
It's a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
Now listen to the smooth sounds of Quick and Daddy's music.
Young Ace. Sky Zoo.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
The side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul.
this?
Yeah, like a loud clap.
Okay.
So, during the making of the last episode, I was hired to go to Amsterdam to shoot an episode of the show there. And I did. I shot a whole episode. And I asked them, is it okay if I make fun of you guys? They said, sure, no problem. We don't care. And so then I did. And then when I sent it to them, they said, hey, you're making fun of us. And I said, I know, I told you that I was going to do that. And they said, so I had to cut the whole thing out. Sorry. So the main thing that happened to the making of episode 5 was Mandy got stoned with the neighbors. And, the neighbors get stoned in front of their kids. They don't hide it. And I think that's great. I love that about them, actually. And I hate hiding stuff. And, it's like, it's hypocritical, and it's like, what are you teaching your kids? That you're doing something wrong? I don't know. I don't like doing it, but Mandy always insists.
You can't do it in front of the kids, because then they'll go to school and talk about it, and then Child Protective Services will come take our children away.
They can't just take away your children.
Yes, they can.
So anyway, she worries about it, and I don't want her to be anxious, so I usually don't get stoned in front of them. But I'm such a better parent when I'm stoned. Like, I can really tune into their wavelength. And when I'm not stoned, I really can't. So Mandy had gotten stoned with the neighbors, and I went over there, and I was like, wow, she's smoking right in front of the kids. And I thought, oh, this is great, because now it means it's okay, and I can do it too. But I realized later she was just so high that she didn't realize that the kids were there. And so I wanted to reenact this moment for episode 5. Mandy, you know what to do?
No.
Just, he's gonna take a hit, he's gonna give it to you, and you're gonna take it. Take it? Yeah. And Mandy is refusing to smoke pot on camera.
I'm not.
I've had a long day too.
Again on the camera. I'm not.
And really, she was worried about Child Protective Services.
So you don't want to get in trouble?
Right. Don't want to get in trouble with the law.
And, she's a mom. Like, she loves her children more than anything in the world. So, like, the thought of having Child Protective Services come and take our children away, that's like her biggest nightmare in the world.
I think that what other film footage is of you up there would definitely counteract any thoughts of taking your kids away in the child. If Child Services was watching this in the first place.
It's just a horrible. You don't want to deal with them ever.
How could it stick? There's no claim to authenticity in this show.
There is.
No, there isn't.
It's the real people.
But there's no way you can prove that. It could be a show about a show pretending to be a show.
It could be totally fictional. A lot of people think it is. And finally, I just said to her, the more you fight it, Mandy, the more you make it seem like you actually are doing it and that it's not fiction. And so I talked her into it with that argument.
I guess. You're a very persuasive man.
But the show is not fiction. I mean, everything is fiction on some level. So you can make that claim, but the whole point of the show is that this is true, and it is.
I'm gonna drink wine.
There's nothing that's going to happen because you do this, except that I won't be furious with you for the next 10 years. But anyway, I asked Asher, my lawyer friend, is Mandy right? Could they really take our children away?
Yes.
Really?
The people who run Child Protective Services in New York City are these Haitian women. They're horrible. They're these mean, born-again Christian women who are always taking children away from their parents, especially if you're Dominican. They really don't like the Dominicans.
Well, we're not Dominican. Are we safe?
You look Dominican.
So when we filmed Ashley, the fan with the lump, one of the things she said was,
I love you.
and I liked hearing this, and so I wanted her to say it again.
And I love you. And then I love you. And then I love you.
And I noticed that I started having like an erection while she was saying,
I love you.
and I thought that was strange because I usually don't get erections from people saying, I love you. I usually get erections from, something involving lust or sex. And I thought, oh, that's strange. Maybe I'm maturing. Or maybe I'm just like so love-starved that now that's what turns me on.
I love you.
And also, when I first met her, she gave me flowers.
Oh, Kaveh, I got you these flowers.
Oh, thank you. You didn't have to get me flowers.
That's okay. Give them to Mandy.
And I don't know flowers that well, so I was like, what kind of flowers are these?
Hydrangeas.
These are hydrangeas? Mm-hmm. Do you know that Wallace Stevens poem? He called hydrangeas purple, and they were?
No, better look it up.
So actually, I looked it up. And I sent her the poem.
He called hydrangeas purple, and they were. Not fixed and deadly, like a curving line that merely makes a ring. It was a purple changeable to see. And so hydrangeas came to be.
And you know, someone once defined adultery not as having sex with somebody, but simply as doing something with somebody that you wouldn't want your significant other to know. And this kind of qualified as that because I really didn't want Mandy to know that I was sending a poem to this girl that I got an erection during her telling me.
I love you.
Now, Ashley, one of her jobs, she has a few jobs, is she does craft services at a post-production house. And when we were leaving her place, she said,
So if there's anything need help with for the show, just let me know.
like what kind of thing?
I don't know, like craft services?
And I never feed anybody. So I thought, hey, the crew would love this. But I thought I should tell Mandy about this because I didn't want to keep any secrets from her. Do you want to get stoned? And she took it pretty well. But then she started referring to Ashley as
The lump.
So Ashley ended up doing craft services for the shoot. She got us hummus and granola bars.
Also brought bananas.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And I wasn't feeling aroused or intriguing or flirty. I was in a good place, and there was no more, flirty intrigue energy. But I did fantasize about having sex with her a few times when I was having sex with Mandy. So when I showed a cut of episode 5 to Aziz, the first thing he said was,
"What's with the swastika?"
So there's a scene in episode 5 where Sam is typing with his shirt off.
You can tell it's a swastika? It looks like a swastika, yeah. Yeah, it's a swastika.
So basically, a few people at BRIC had complained.
What's with the swastika?
You can't have an actor with a swastika tattoo and not address it.
He's Jewish, so it's like a statement. Okay, then you need to address it in the next episode.
Okay.
It's a 22.
It looks like a swastika.
It's a 22.
If it was a 22, the two they wouldn't be right next to each other like that.
It's a digital 22, but let's
It looks
make
like-
your conversation that was a swastika.
Yeah.
It's not the Nazi swastika.
Boom, 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 boom.
No, but the Nazi swastika is inverted.
Unless you were looking in the mirror.
That looks like a 55 to me.
It does look like a 55.
Right, because the other way it's a 22.
So how does the Nazi one go? It goes like this, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I was told that.
That's a swastika. There it is. It's the swastika.
Okay.
So BRIC has horrible promotion department. They are just terrible. They're terrible at promotion. It's true. And they were making these materials, and they picked this photograph of the back of my head for the poster. And I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
We like this picture.
And I was like, can I please do the poster?
Do you think you can do better?
Yeah, I can do better.
Go ahead.
But I didn't have any great ideas for a poster. How about if I'm just smoking a bong on a TV? Get it? Like I'm on TV? Or what if I'm a puppet holding a puppet of me holding a puppet? So the puppet was a no, but they did like one of the bong shots and agreed to make that the poster. And they said,
"We're gonna put it on bus stops."
But then they censored the bong.
We had to cut out the bong because the bus stops don't allow bongs on the bus stop.
I still don't believe that's true. Is there like a law that says no bongs on bus stop posters? A bong isn't actually illegal. How much are these? So anyway, I decided to shoot a scene in front of one of the bus stop posters. So there used to be a bong here, and they cut it out. And also, I hated their tagline. It was like the most subversive comedy on television or something. And I just hate taglines that sort of like feel boastful like that. And I had much better ones, like soon to be canceled. Maybe not great, but better than the most subversive comedy on television. It's not even a quote by somebody. It's just like us saying it. So anyway, we were gonna go to the bus stop, and it was really cold, and it was raining. And there were 2 bus stops. And they were not too far from each other, but I wasn't sure how far apart they were. And Peter said,
No, it's really close. I know where it is.
yeah, but this one works. Should we check out the other one too? You know, I'm always a totalizer. Like, I always want to make sure everything is as good as it can be because of some, like, deep insecurity, I think, that, like, I'm compensating for all the time. And it's like, it's a notion of perfection, but it's false. I mean, there is no perfection. There's no best. But so anyway, we go to this other bus stop, and it's really far, and it's really cold, and we're carrying all this really heavy equipment, and it's raining. And we're late for our next shoot. And, you know, you can be perfectionistic, but there's something that you're going to be ignoring in your quest for perfection. And this is sort of the story of the show, because I'm always doing this. That's why it's taking so long between episodes, and why we keep having fewer and fewer viewers. So, Mandy and I got stoned recently. And while we were stoned, Mandy said to me,
There's something I want to tell you, but I really do not want it to go in the show. So can you promise me that you won't put it in the show if I tell you?
well, I won't put it in the show unless you tell me it's okay.
I'm worried that you're going to talk me into, you know, using this as material for the show later. I don't want you to listen to that Mandy. I want you to listen to this Mandy.
But why would I listen to this Mandy instead of the future Mandy? Like, why trust this Mandy more than the future Mandy?
I want you to promise that no matter what, you will not put this in the show. Do you promise?
Okay, I promise. And she told me this thing that I'm not supposed to tell you. And I said, you know, why don't you want me to put it in the show? And she said,
because it's my story and I might want to tell it someday.
So I was like, okay, why don't you tell the story in the show? And that'll be the season finale. I also need you to clap.
Okay. So, step out.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, so I made Kaveh promise to, I wanted, okay. I hate this show. Yeah, and I kind of, Ready?
Wait till that
Okay. Okay. So, I don't want to tell the story.
So, this Mandy telling the story thing isn't working. But basically, here's what's going on. Mandy and I got stoned the other night, and she basically confessed that she was obsessing about this other guy that lives on our block. His wife died a year ago, and he's got 2 kids. And Mandy's mother died and committed suicide. And Mandy feels like, I think, protective towards the children, motherless children. She feels she wants to, you know, help them. But anyway, she started obsessing about this guy and thinking like maybe this guy is the guy that will make her happy. And, you know, she's very frustrated with me. She's frustrated about the show. I work too much. I'm not family-ish enough. I'm threatening our livelihood. You know, she's got a lot of complaints. But so she made a rendezvous to meet this guy, a secret rendezvous, and she was going to maybe commit adultery. And she told me this like the night before she was going to do it, and only because she was stoned. And I was like, oh, shit. And, you know, I've been complaining about the relationship for a long time and saying maybe we should have an open marriage or something, and, you know, I'm not satisfied. And then she was saying, and she kept saying, you know, maybe we should. And that's when I got suspicious. I was like, why do you keep saying this? Are you, is something going on? And that's when she admitted. But our relationship is in trouble. This has never happened before, where she's been on the verge of committing adultery behind my back. She met with the guy the next day, and he told her he's not interested in having an affair with someone who's married, so she'd have to break up with me first. So I think she's thinking about doing that. But she's also ambivalent, as am I. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. But things have gotten bad-ish. So the other night, Mandy and I got stoned, and we had this conversation, and Mandy said to me,
The reason why I am obsessing about like leaving you, basically, and having like other relationships is because I feel like I can't tell you anything without it going in the show. I mean, I feel like I can't be intimate with you.
the show is who I am. I mean, it's like a perfect expression of me. You're asking me not to be me.
Well, you're gonna have to choose between the show or our family, because if you continue to put everything I tell you into the show, I can't be with you anymore.
And basically, she gave me an ultimatum. You know, she was like, either you take me out of the show or we break up. And I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? I don't know what life is for. All I know is that I feel compelled to be honest about these things. And the idea of not being able to do that feels like death. And I'd rather break up our family and be a divorced dad than not be able to express myself fully and honestly. I know it sounds crazy to a lot of people, almost everybody, but that's just who I am, and I will go down wherever that takes me. And I had some real clarity about it. And then my sister came to visit. My sister and I are not, we're very different. And she doesn't really get me or what I do. She doesn't like my films or anything. I mean, no one in my family likes my films.
For all you people out there, never ever agree to do a film with my brother, Kaveh Zahidi.
But she was like,
why would you do this? Why would you do the one thing that's going to destroy your family when there's all kinds of other stuff you can put in the show?
because this is the stuff that feels truest. It's the stuff that feels most alive.
They've given you carte blanche. You can do whatever you want. Why would you do the one thing that's going to destroy your family and break up the parents of your children? It's just stupid.
And I was like, she could have a point, I guess. So I was like, okay, fine. I won't put it in the show. Instead, I'll make the show about something else. Season 2 will be totally different. And I told Mandy, okay, fine. I'll take you out of the show. And then a few days later, Mandy comes home and tells me that she wants to break up. And she's crying. And I was kind of stunned and kind of upset. But I was like, okay, I guess. I don't know. I've been trying to make these changes. I agreed to not work on weekends. I agreed to take her out of the show, and she still wants to break up. So I guess I waited too long or something. And during the day, I'm sort of thinking, what am I going to do? She wants me to move out. And we have no money. We are so broke. We can't pay our credit card bills. And we couldn't pay our mortgage payment this month. It's where am I going to live? She's like, why don't you live in our neighbor's basement? I was like, I don't live in the neighbor's basement. They haven't even said I could. What are you talking about? And I'm trying to think, what am I going to do? And I start trying to think of scenarios, and I'm thinking of all these women I'm attracted to that I could start maybe dating. And I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. And I'd been really depressed. I started feeling a lot better. And I'd been reading books on depression, and I'd been exercising and getting sunlight and doing all these things. And I was like, I'm less depressed than I've been in weeks. And it's because she wants to break up with me. So this is why I've been depressed, because of my marriage. It's pretty simple, really. And then Mandy wanted to get stoned so we could talk about it some more and sort of be conscious. So we got stoned. And while we were stoned, she told me that she had actually made another secret rendezvous with this guy, and that she was in love with him, and that she wanted to have an affair, but he didn't want to have it unless she broke up with me. So she was breaking up with me so she could have an affair with this guy that she met 2 weeks ago. So anyway, she went away for a few days to think about it. And I'm thinking about it, but I'm kind of excited. Like a whole new life opens up, and I'm in a good mood, and I'm getting work done, and I'm feeling really productive, and things seem meaningful again. Things that seem meaningless, and now they seem meaningful. And then I got this email from this woman at Viceland. So we set up a meeting, and I looked her up, and her nom de plume, because she had a blog that was apparently a big deal, was a slut machine. And I don't know, those are great words together. Slut machine is like an oxymoron. It's great. Anyway, I was like starting to fantasize about her, and she writes a lot about her sexuality, and she seemed like, oh, this is like someone who's on my wavelength. Like maybe me and Slut Machine will get together, and this will be great. So I was kind of excited, and then Mandy came back and said,
I want to stay together.
And I'm like, really? And part of me is disappointed, and part of me is, is happy, but part of me is not. And I'm kind of like, oh, okay, I guess we should try for the kids. But we get stoned again, and while we're talking about her feelings and what's going on with her, she tells me that her mother committed suicide when she was 45. Mandy was 9, I think. And Mandy's 42 now, and she's afraid that she's going to kill herself when she's 45 also, like her mom. And part of her wanting to break up and be with someone else was because of this fear of suicide, that she was going to die if she didn't get out of this marriage. And she's trying to like escape that fate by finding someone else and sort of redoing her life, because she hates her life. I mean, I don't blame her. I hate my life too. Everyone is here. It's going to take one more minute. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He should be allowed to choose.
This is a scene.
He doesn't want to do it.
I know, he's a kid.
He doesn't want to do it.
So we have the meeting at Viceland, and Aziz wanted to come, and I kind of didn't want him to come because I wanted to be just alone with Slut Machine anyway. But I said, okay, fine, come. There was going to be other people there. It was a stupid fantasy. But she was very nice. And we have the meeting, and they seem really into the show.
It's so real, it's so documentative, it's so meta.
Actually, I think it's revolutionary.
It's nothing like what's on TV or anything out right now.
To be totally honest, we've been trying to develop a show about Viceland, and your show is better than anything we've come up with.
And then they say,
we would love to have the second season of the show here at Viceland, if you would be willing to do that.
And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great.
Spike hasn't watched it yet, but he's going to get to it.
And apparently Spike Jonze is like the co-president of Viceland.
You gotta meet Spike.
And I love Spike Jonze.
Spike's going to watch it. It's just been a crazy week. He's very excited.
And so they're like, just give us a figure, tell us how much money you want, and we'll negotiate and we'll come up with something. So Aziz is like...
That meeting with Viceland was incredible. I really think they're serious. I've never had a meeting like that.
So how much should we ask for?
I think we should ask for $175,000 for each episode of season 2.
You think that's too much?
No, it's Viceland.
And I told Mandy about the meeting, and she was excited, and suddenly she like loves the show again, and she's really into it, and we're getting along better, and she's like thinking about what we're gonna buy with all the money. She's starting to spend it already, and we're not hearing back from Viceland, and so I'm starting to get nervous, and I email Slut Machine. And she writes back right away, and she says, and I'm like, cool, Spike Jonze loves the show. That's great. And so I'm feeling better, and the Christmas holidays happen, And then the day comes when I'm supposed to hear back from Slot Machine, and I don't. I don't hear anything. And I wait a few days, and then Aziz gets a call from Viceland.
I got a phone call from Viceland, and they want to have an off-the-record meeting.
Meaning what?
Meaning you're not invited.
Why not?
Because whatever they're going to say inside the meeting, they don't want you to hear, and they don't want it in the show.
So doesn't sound good, but still hopeful. Like they still want to meet. But then they reschedule the meeting, and then they reschedule it again, and then they reschedule it again. So at this point, I email Slot Machine, and she gets back to me and says, so I don't know why they passed. Aziz said,
Okay, apparently, Spike Jonze loves the show. He thinks you're a genius, but he doesn't want to meet with you.
Why not?
I mean, because he probably thinks you're going to make fun of him in the show.
Oh.
You can't smoke in front of the kids.
Okay. Why are you asking like a question?
Wait, your whole attitude right now has got to soften.
Okay.
Okay, because I feel like we're getting in a fight. Okay. So stop. Let me try it again.
This is a fight, by the way.
I don't want to be fighting while I'm acting fighting. Don't do it in front of the kids.
Don't yell.
Okay, don't
Quiet
stop.
authority. Could you just say the lines that I wrote?
No, because I
Please?
hate them.
They're
No,
fine.
they don't flow.
Yes, they do.
No.
Ready? Sounds rolling?
Sounds rolling.
You're good? Cooper? You're good, Stefan?
I'm rolling.
Okay, Scarlett, do it. What's the matter? Hey. Hey. So, about a year ago, I was at the Sundance Film Festival with a short film I'd made called Bob Dylan Hates Me. And while I was there, I saw this film programmer named Jake Perlin, who had hurt my feelings a few years earlier. And whenever I would see him, I was like still holding a grudge. And I don't believe in holding grudges, so I was like, I should try to make peace. So I went up to him. Hey.
Oh, hey.
I don't know if you remember me. My name's Kaveh.
Yeah, no, I know who you are.
Okay, I just wanted to say that the last time I saw you, you kind of hurt my feelings.
Oh.
And I...
Sorry, what did I say?
Oh, I said, hi, my name's Kaveh Zahedi.
Oh, hi.
I'm a filmmaker. Hi. I was wondering, would you guys be interested in maybe like programming a retrospective of my films?
You know, we pretty much do the programming ourselves. Like we would approach you if we wanted to do it. So probably not.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Bye. So anyway, I don't know if you'd seen any of my films or not, but the fact that you didn't seem like even curious about them made me feel like you must assume I wasn't a very good filmmaker. And the fact that I was even asking you for a retrospective meant, you know, I probably wasn't, because why would I have to ask you for a retrospective if I was? So I just felt humiliated.
Oh, shit. Well, I didn't mean to be rude. I don't... I tried not to be
You weren't rude. No, you weren't. My feelings were just hurt.
Oh, well, yeah. I appreciate you telling me.
Oh, thank you for saying that. So he was super nice, and we started talking.
So what are you working on these days?
I'm mostly working on this TV show for BRIC called The Show About the Show.
Is it done?
Ish.
Is there something I can see?
Yeah.
Okay, send it.
So I sent him a link. And then I saw him a few days later.
So I'm opening this new theater. It's called the Metrograph. And I thought it'd be a great idea to show the whole first season together. Would you be into that?
I mean, I was into it. I just had to check with Aziz.
I mean, that would be great. I mean, then maybe we could get a New York Times review. And if that review is good, then maybe we could sell the show to a bigger network.
So Aziz hired Matt Grady, who had played the paraplegic in episode 2, to promote the theatrical run and to try to get the New York Times to review it. So Matt schedules a press screening, and the New York Times says they'll send someone to review it. Can I come to the press screening?
No.
How come?
It's just not the way we do things.
So I sent Peter instead to gauge the reaction of the critics. But not a single critic showed up. So I called Matt Grady.
The good news is the New York Times is still going to review the film. The bad news is who's reviewing it.
So the guy they assigned to us to review it in the New York Times was a guy named Glenn Kenny. And I don't really know the guy. I looked him up. I didn't like his face that much. I mean, he looks fine. He just didn't look that nice. And then I saw that he had tweeted something about me a few months earlier. Kaveh Zahedi's piece on David Bowie was for me a potent reminder of why I have absolutely no use for Kaveh Zahedi. So thanks, I guess. So when David Bowie died, I wrote a piece about him for Talkhouse Film, in which I discussed having a vision of God while on ayahuasca, and that God had appeared to me as David Bowie. Anyway, when I saw that tweet by Glenn Kenny, I realized that our New York Times review had been assigned to someone who had gone out of his way to trash me in public. So clearly we were not going to get like a good review. But the review came out, and it was not an entirely negative review. On the one hand, he said that the show was undeniably fascinating. First of all, it's not undeniably fascinating. Like, it might be fascinating to some people, but it's not fascinating to everybody. I mean, there are plenty of people who would not call this show fascinating.
I didn't find it fascinating at all. I thought it was pedantic and self-indulgent.
But then he also said that I was sinister and that my evident disingenuousness masks something even worse. And I'm like, disingenuousness? That means dishonest, right? Like I'm evidently dishonest? I don't know. I think I'm pretty honest. I think I'm probably a lot more honest than you are, Glenn Kenny. And I don't mind you saying he seems to me to be disingenuous. You know, you can think I'm disingenuous, but to say that I'm evidently disingenuous is just stupid. How is it evident? It's not evident to everybody. I mean, some people don't think I'm disingenuous.
He's always been honest on that show he's got on cable.
So anyway, the New York Times review was not going to help us sell the show to a bigger network. And Slum Machine never got back to me about meeting to discuss other TV show ideas. But she did say,
I'd really like to come to the Metrograph screening.
but I was worried that no one would show up to the screening. So I decided to throw an after party, the idea being that people would rather go to a party than to a screening, but they would go to the screening if it was right before the party.
Calling it a party implies free drinks. How are you going to pay for that?
No, it doesn't. You can have a party without drinks.
No, you can't.
Well, what if I bring pot and then I'll be a pot party?
That's a totally different thing. We're talking about like a drinks party. I don't know what you're talking about. Pot party. It's a public place. All I'm saying is that everybody will expect free drinks if you call it a party.
So I asked Aziz if he would pay for drinks, and he said
no.
So I decided to just call it a party anyway, and I invited Slut Machine. And then one night, Mandy told me,
I have this really important PTA auction that I have to go to. Do you mind watching the kids?
what's so important about it?
No, and it's important.
Okay. So the night of the PTA auction, Andy tells me she'll be home by 10 to put the kids to bed. And she's still at home by 11. Hey, Mandy, where are you? Scarlett misses you. Say hi to Mommy.
Hi.
So I start getting suspicious. And I was like, why isn't she answering my question? She's obviously with that guy. So she finally gets home, and she's like...
Yeah, he was there.
And she was kind of downplaying it, like it was just like random, but really, she later confessed that she wanted to go really badly because she knew he would be there. And this has been going on a bit. She keeps texting him and sort of seeing him and talking to him, and it doesn't tell me she's doing it. And, you know, the trust is just eroding. But she can't help herself. She's just afraid that if she tells me I want to see this guy, I'll somehow stop her. Like the truth will prevent her fantasy from happening. I understand that. That's why people lie. But it doesn't feel good. But so that had just happened, and I got this email from Ashley, and it was this video she had made.
Hi, everybody. Does anyone have any questions for Kaveh?
And it was a weird video.
Am I bad because I think I'm bad, or am I good because I think I'm bad?
And I wasn't sure what to think of it. Like, it seemed kind of like maybe she was interested.
When you thought about having sex with me, was it good or was it bad? Because when I thought about it, I didn't go through with it.
And you know, I invited her to a test screening of episode 7, and Mandy was there.
Oh, hey, Mandy.
Oh, hey. Oh, you can't sit here.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
And you know, she went and sat somewhere else. And I said, nobody was sitting here. And I was just like, oh man, okay, and I gotta like either piss off Mandy or be mean to Ashley. So I guess I chose to not piss off Mandy, but I felt bad for Ashley. And I don't know if that's why she sent this video or not, or had anything to do with it. But she also saw episode 7, which kind of shows how screwed up things are with me and Mandy right now. So I think she probably felt like, okay, maybe he's available.
Do you want to go dancing?
And I am available-ish, but I'm not available yet.
Would it be more weird if I came to the after party or didn't come?
So I was like, I've got to show this to Mandy.
Kaveh Zahidi is an awakened being who has shattered the bonds of ego.
She is totally coming on to you.
You think?
Yes. I don't like her.
Well, she's totally nice.
No, she is trying to steal you.
Well, you're flirting with other people.
Would you have sex with her?
Yeah, I'd have sex with her. Of course I'd have sex with her.
Well, I don't want you to have sex with her.
I mean, I wouldn't do it behind your back. I just mean, in theory, I'd have sex with her.
Well, you can have sex with Eleanor, but you can't have sex with Ashley.
Really?
Yeah, I like Eleanor.
But so anyway, the night before the premiere, Mandy comes home and tells me,
Can I talk to you for a minute?
I'm like, oh, okay, what is it now? Probably in trouble. And then she starts crying. And I was going, what's going on? She said that she had sent a link to the show to the guy that she's got the crush on. And the guy was really upset. And they talked, and he basically accused her of like coming on to him just for the show, to get something good for the show, which is absurd. But he basically said, I don't want to have anything more to do with you. And Mandy was really upset and devastated. And she was crying, and she was basically crying on my shoulder about the guy that she's got the crush on who's like mad at her now because of my show. And I had all these mixed feelings. Like on the one hand, like, God, you've been doing this stuff behind my back. Like, how can I trust you? And then also like, oh, at least she's like talking to me. And the show has somehow like sabotaged their relationship, so that's good. So anyway, a few days before the premiere, I ran into Dustin at a party. And he seemed like he was mad at me about something.
Yeah, no, you hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry. How come?
How come?
So when I was at Sundance a few months ago, I was shooting a show about Sundance, and Dustin was there because he had a film, and he was really busy. And I kept saying, Dustin, please, could you please act while you're here doing your thing? And he was kind of like, didn't want to do it, but he agreed to it because he's nice. But I couldn't reach him, and he wasn't always getting back to me right away, so I kind of like said this thing that I kind of regret. It just really seems like it's just about ego, like it's not about one's higher nature. So I wasn't fair, and I regretted it, but I left it in there.
On the thing, you said that it was that the reason I was having a problem shooting was because of my ego, and then you said something like, oh man, when people have movies at Sundance, they get these big egos, and it had really nothing to do with my ego.
You're right. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you?
I mean, no, it's fine, Kaveh. It's cool.
And then right before the screening, he texts me. And I didn't have one. I didn't know he was coming or wanted to come. And I was like, oh man, I think I might have hurt his feelings. And Mandy said, yeah, I think you hurt his feelings, like twice. So I tried to get him a ticket, and I got him a ticket, and he came. And also, Slum Machine came with one of her colleagues from Viceland. And the actress playing Slum Machine also came.
Hey, it's so nice to meet you in person. Yeah, it's really nice to meet you too. I hope I did an okay job playing you. Oh yeah, you were great. I'm just so glad you're thin. I was really worried you were gonna be fat.
But the screening was great. People were laughing, and it was a really good vibe. And then there was a Q&A.
Have you ever been punched in public? Because I have, and I'm just curious.
And then at the party afterwards, I really wanted to talk to Slum Machine. But all these people kept coming up to me, and I kept losing sight of her. And also, Aziz was there, and he met Dustin for the first time.
Dustin, it's Aziz. Oh, hey, man, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
And also, one of the guys in the show who was mad at me because of the thing he had said about somebody else, he was there. Well, he was in the theater, not there for my screening. He was just there. And he's been hostile to me ever since I put this thing in the show.
If you're ever looking for a woman to do a sex scene in one of your movies, I know a woman. She's up for anything.
And we used to be friends. It was like it's crazy to me, but he doesn't want to talk to me anymore, and that hurts. And him and Dustin were talking because they're friends, and I was feeling kind of like left out, like I was the kid on the playground nobody wants to play with. And Dustin came over to me and he smiled at me, gave me a big hug, and I think he was saying, don't feel bad, I forgive you. And so I felt really grateful. But Dustin wants to quit. He wants to quit the show. He said,
I'm quitting the show. This is my last time. I'm going to do it.
and I was like, how come?
I don't get anything from it. There's nothing inside. There's nothing. I'm playing a character, and there's nothing. I mean, like, what am I doing? I'm just saying lines. I'm like a robot.
And I don't know how much of it was because he was mad at me and how much of it was because he just doesn't want to act anymore, but probably related. And he's so good in the show. Like, without him, the show would be so much less than it is.
Sorry.
And also, he's moving to Vienna to be with his girlfriend. His German girlfriend is moving to Vienna. And then Jason, the camera person, said, I want to quit the show. Because it doesn't pay very well, and he wants to work on his own films, which he should. I mean, he's a really good filmmaker. He should work on his own films. But what am I going to do? He's the only DP I really trust. Then Mandy says,
Can I do it?
because she wants to learn about photography. But Jason wasn't available, so I said, okay, you can shoot the Q&A tomorrow night. And she did a terrible job. It was totally crappy. Hello. But somebody asked me,
how are you and Mandy doing?
And Mandy was shooting it. So I asked her, can I tell them about today?
Oh my God, just do it.
So I told them, and then she was mad at me because I told them. Mandy sent a link to the guy because she was like, you should know that, Cobb is talking about you in this new episode. And afterwards, Mandy was like,
I can't believe you said that in front of everybody.
but you said it was okay.
I said that under pressure. You put me on the spot. It wasn't a real question.
Yes, it was. You could have said no.
No, I couldn't. I felt bad saying no in front of all those people. And you should have known that my yes meant no.
And then Peter kind of wants to quit too because he's been like riding his bicycle from the Upper West Side to Brooklyn all the time to work on the show. And I think he's just kind of burned out. And so Dustin wants to quit, Jason wants to quit, Peter wants to quit, and Mandy wants to quit our relationship. And then during the party afterwards, she went to the bathroom and called the guy that she's got the crush on, and they talked for like an hour. And she is mad at me because she feels like I screwed up that relationship. But then I have this other friend, Jamie, who was in episode 2.
If you're working with censors, make sure you give them something to censor.
He came to the screening. How's it going?
Good, good, good. You my friend Jose.
Hey, nice to meet you.
How are you? Where Mandy? Is she around?
And Mandy and him went to some galleries together because she's into art and he's into art. And I mean, I'm into art too, but I'm busy making the show. And while they were there, he said to her,
Okay, so you want to have sex with other people?
Mm-hmm.
Because I would have sex with you.
You would?
I would, yeah, I totally would. But I feel like I don't want to do it behind Kave's back.
Mm-hmm.
But I had an idea. What if we have sex and you tell him he can put it in the show, right? And then he gets something good for the show, and we get what we want, and he gets something he wants, and everybody's happy.
So she tells me this, and then she says,
Don't you think that's a really interesting idea?
kind of, but do you really want to do that? Are you attracted to Jamie? And she changed the subject. So I asked her again, and she changed the subject again. So I asked her again, and then she finally was like,
I mean, I'm interested in Jamie and others,
I know, you're attracted to everyone except me, basically.
Yeah.
Which I understand, I guess. And part of me is sympathetic, and I'm like, well, maybe she needs that, maybe it's just, I don't own her, but it also seems like it would probably end our relationship, wouldn't it? I mean, I think it would. I mean, I don't know that I can do that. And then I'm also like, it would be interesting in the show, wouldn't it? Just fuck her, Jamie. Okay. But it's so weird, what a weird thing to do, to agree to that for the show. I like the legs up, I like the legs up, that's good. So I don't know what I think about any of this. I just know that she wants to. I don't really want her to, but I'm thinking about it. I wanted more intense, at the moment of orgasm kind of stuff. Ashley seems like she wants to.
You're so cool. I think you're so fucking cool. You are so cool.
But so anyway, during the party, I ran into Eleanor, and I told her about a conversation I'd had the night before. So Ralph, the guy who plays the hate mail guy.
I just want you to know that I fucking hate you.
He helps me edit, and he came over last night to help me edit. And we're trying to do this one shot. Then I'm thinking of all these women I'm attracted to that I could start maybe dating.
Why don't you just put in a shot of Eleanor?
I don't really think of her that way anymore. You know, like I'm attracted to her in a way, but I wouldn't think of her like I'm not. I shut that door.
Well, who are you attracted to now?
I would probably ask Ashley out.
Don't go out with Ashley.
Why not?
Try and fix things with Mandy.
I have been. She doesn't want to be together anymore.
Well, maybe you should stop making this television show and work on your relationship.
It's a good show. And then finally, I see Slum Machine and the Viceland guy buying drinks. So I go over to them.
Kaveh!
Hey.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was so funny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you guys okay with how I portrayed you in the show?
I found it pretty funny.
Yeah?
She was cute.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you think Viceland will be okay with it?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And we're talking, and there's something about her voice that I find very touching, and I'm definitely attracted to her, but I can't tell if she's attracted to me or not.
We should actually get together and have lunch and talk about some other show ideas that you had.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, really. We'll call you.
Okay, cool.
All right, great. Well, enjoy.
And then after the party, I'm standing outside the theater with Jake and Mandy, and Ashley comes out. And she's like,
Hey, Kaveh?
oh, hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great. I'm really awkward, and I could do this stare thing all night.
Yeah, me too. Stare.
Yeah, same. But I'm just gonna go. So.
Okay.
But it was great seeing you.
You too.
Yeah. So see you around.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
But it was like kind of romantic-ish looking, seeming, or sad. It was sad. You should have known that my yes meant
I don't want to
no.
say that. That's retarded.
Mandy, that's what you said.
You should have known that my yes meant no. No, that's like stupid.
That's the whole point of the scene.
I know, but what if
I would feel
just,
bad saying no in front of all those people. This is the key thing.
I know it's the key thing, but is there a
You
way to
should
get
know,
that
no.
across without that stupid fucking line?
No, the stupid fucking line is the point of the scene.
I know, but it's just.
It's what you said, Mandy.
It's not.
It is what you said.
It's what you think I said.
Whatever it is, it's what the scene is. Okay, you ready? Okay.
Like I feel
Let's do
hurt
it.
right now.
Let's
like,
do it. That's the right energy for the scene.
Okay, but stop hurting me.
Okay, let's just do it. I
In
feel
real
hurt too,
life.
Mandy.
Yeah, but Kaveh.
Mandy, let's do the scene. We have a little moment of quiet. They're being quiet.
I can't believe you said that in front of everybody.
One more time.
I can't believe you told everybody.
You said it was okay.
I.
Can't act.
Oh my God! Stop being
Do
an
the
asshole.
fucking scene, Mandy. I told you
Yeah,
just
but
to
your
learn the fucking
emotional
lines.
pressure is like a problem.
It's upsetting when you keep doing this thing every fucking time we shoot.
What?
Refusing to do the lines.
Okay.
You said you weren't going to do this anymore.
No.
That was our deal. Our deal was you were going to say the lines, and if you wanted a different version, we would do that, and we could make that part of the next fucking episode. We're not supposed to do this every fucking time.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobe White, founder and chef of Eat Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, chipotle onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them out. Graffiti eggplant. beautiful graffiti eggplant, smaller than the normal variety of eggplant, high sugar content, very sweet and delicious. Chipotle onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions, yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasting things like that. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How your lamb chops today?
Really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
Have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man. Thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Foodworks today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think, is all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. When I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now, what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. A little salt. A little garlic. I'm gonna put these in the oven. So I think now, we're gonna put these in. We're just gonna give them a little toss once or twice, and we're gonna put these in the oven as well. I let them do their thing, so you don't have to think about them. Of the white asparagus, aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm going to grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, Grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven's up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Go. Take a little bit, a little smear. A couple onions, a couple asparagus. Beautiful, 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 beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green because we love green. So here we have like a confit puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I've found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on them. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. Finished, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
America's armed forces will continue to do everything in our power to avoid civilian casualties. With our extraordinary technology, we're conducting the most precise air campaign in history.
The New York Times has revealed the Pentagon's covered up deaths of thousands of innocent civilians killed in the U.S. air wars in the Middle East. The explosive report directly contradicts claims by U.S. presidents and military leaders who've praised the precision of the U.S. airstrikes. We'll speak to reporter Asmat Khan, who personally visited 60 bomb sites in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan to document the human toll of the air war. Then we'll look at President Biden's plan to respond to a surge in COVID cases linked to the Omicron variant, from free at-home tests to deploying the military to help overwhelmed hospitals.
How concerned should you be about Omicron, which is now the dominant variant in this country, and it happened so quickly? The answer is straightforward. If you're not fully vaccinated, you have good reason to be concerned.
We'll speak to an emergency room doctor. And a group of Haitian asylum seekers have filed a class action lawsuit against the Biden administration, accusing the government of physical abuse, racial discrimination, and other severe rights violations while they were forced to take shelter under a bridge in Del Rio, Texas. All that and more coming out. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Biden addressed the nation Tuesday amidst a fast-growing winter COVID surge, largely linked to the highly transmissible Omicron variant. He cautioned people against panicking, but said those who are unvaccinated have, quote, good reason to be concerned. Biden announced a plan to distribute 500 million free at-home tests starting in January and more aid for hospitals. He also addressed the issue of federal vaccine mandates.
I know vaccination requirements are unpopular for many, and not even popular for those who are anxious to get them. My administration has put them in place not to control your life, but to save your life and the lives of others. Where 400,000 Americans died from COVID this calendar year, and almost all were unvaccinated. Almost all were preventable.
In Texas, an unvaccinated man in his 50s is believed to be the first recorded U.S. COVID death linked to the Omicron variant. It was his second COVID infection. Harris County urged residents to get vaccinated. California will require healthcare workers to get a booster shot. It's the second state to announce a health worker booster mandate after New Mexico. New York City is offering $100 to receive a booster shot at city-run vaccination sites before the new year in an effort to curb an explosion in infections. Meanwhile, Mayor-elect Eric Adams and other elected officials announced they're calling off an in-person inauguration gala due to the skyrocketing cases. In Philadelphia, the city's largest high school has switched to remote learning after 41 teachers called out of work Monday following the death last week of a 17-year-old student from COVID. California Congressmember Barbara Lee is the latest vaccinated and boosted lawmaker to test positive for COVID-19. She said she's experiencing cold-like symptoms and called on people to get their vaccine or booster. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz also announced he and his family tested positive for COVID-19. So did Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. The U.S. military has reportedly developed a vaccine that is highly effective against COVID, including all its variants. The vaccine, created over 2 years at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, is also said to be effective against other SARS-origin viruses. A public announcement with more information about the vaccine is expected in the coming weeks. In international news, Israel will offer a 4th dose of a COVID-19 vaccine to patients 60 or older, those with compromised immune systems, and to health workers. It's the first country to implement a 2nd booster dose. In France, the health minister said the country could start recording 100,000 new COVID cases per day, as Omicron is set to soon become the dominant coronavirus variant there. Oxfam America, a Moderna shareholder, has filed a complaint against the drug company with the Securities and Exchange Commission. A lawyer for Oxfam said, quote, instead of using its life-saving technology to help curb the pandemic, Moderna is obfuscating its patent dispute with the U.S. government, ignoring the death and suffering of millions worldwide, and declining to share their technology to help alleviate the stranglehold that COVID-19 has placed on the global economy, Oxfam said. In other vaccine news, European Union regulators have approved Novavax's vaccine for people 18 and older. Tests have shown the U.S.-developed shot to be roughly 90% effective, though there's limited data on its efficacy against variants of concern, including Omicron. Novavax will start delivering vaccines to the European Union in January. During his COVID address on Tuesday, President Biden was asked by reporters about West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin sinking the Build Back Better Act this week and the fate of the bill.
Look, I want to get things done. I still think there's a possibility of getting Build Back Better done.
Did Senator Manchin break his commitment to you?
Senator Manchin and I are going to get something done.
Joe Manchin joined other Senate Democrats for a special virtual meeting Tuesday night about a possible path forward on the bill that he just tried to tank. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said on the call the Senate would vote next month on a revised version of the package and a potential rules change to circumvent a Republican filibuster. Manchin has long opposed measures to combat the climate crisis due to his ties with the coal industry, in which he and his family are heavily invested, and his ties to fossil fuel lobby groups. In related news, the United Mine Workers of America International, the U.S.'s largest coal mining union, called on Manchin to support the roughly $2 trillion social and climate bill. In a major victory for labor rights, workers at Kellogg's cereal plants have ended their nearly 3-month strike after approving a new contract that provides across-the-board wage increases and enhanced benefits for all. One of the most contested issues had been a permanent two-tier system where workers hired after 2015 were paid less than longer-tenured workers. The new 5-year agreement with Kellogg's doesn't include the two-tier system, gives workers a clear path to full employment, and provides a significant increase in the pension multiplier. Some 1,400 Kellogg's workers in Michigan, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee had been on strike since October. The United Nations is reporting over 160 refugees drowned in 2 separate shipwrecks off Libya this past weekend. Some 1,500 refugees have drowned so far this year, according to the UN, as people take on the dangerous route across the Mediterranean Sea, seeking safety in Europe. The World Food Programme warns the dire humanitarian situation in Yemen is likely to worsen as the group has been forced to cut aid due to a lack of funds. The 8-year-long conflict between U.S.-backed Saudi-led forces and Houthi rebels has killed some 377,000 people, according to the UN, internally displaced another 4 million, and put 16 million Yemenis on a path to starvation. The Washington Post is reporting an Emirati agency had Pegasus spyware installed on Jamal Khashoggi's fiance's cell phone months before he was killed at the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in 2018. Hanan al-Attar was detained at the Dubai airport in April 2018 and had her mobile phones and laptop confiscated. The Pegasus spyware made by Israeli company NSO Group has been used to target journalists, dissidents, and activists around the world. A researcher at the University of Toronto Citizen Lab, which helped uncover NSO's group covert operations, found the spyware after examining Hanan al-Attar's 2 androids. Al-Attar and Khashoggi were secretly married in June, just 4 months before his murder, according to the Washington Post. He was also engaged to Hatice Cengiz at the time of his assassination. In Guatemala, hundreds of Mayaquiche protesters blocked a major highway for a second consecutive day Tuesday, denouncing the recent massacre of over a dozen people in the western highlands of Sololá. Protesters placed the caskets 11 of the 13 victims on the road to obstruct justice. Among those killed were 4 children, the youngest 5 years old. The weekend massacre over a land dispute was reportedly carried out by a group of armed men who ambushed the victims. Protesters have since been defying a state of siege enacted in the region by the Guatemalan government and are demanding a resolution to the land dispute. Back in the U.S., Republican Congressmember Scott Perry's refused a request to speak with the House committee investigating the Capitol insurrection. The committee could move to subpoena Perry. Investigators say he met with Trump ahead of the January 6th riot and pushed Justice Department officials to block the election results. Meanwhile, Trump's short-lived former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn is suing the House committee in a bid to block a congressional subpoena for his phone records. And President Trump has announced he's going to hold a news conference on January 6th. New York City Mayor-elect Eric Adams has come under fire after he lashed out at incoming city council members who sent him a letter this week asking him to reverse his support of solitary confinement in prisons. Last week, Adams said he would bring solitary punishment back to Rikers Island. The practice is widely considered to be torture, including by the United Nations. This is Eric Adams speaking Tuesday.
I wore a bulletproof vest for 22 years and protected the people of this city. And when you do that, then you have the right to question me on safety and public safety matters. I think I know a little something about this.
Mayor-elect Adams also accused the incoming city council members of being disruptive and said he would ignore them. A new report by the Brennan Center for Justice warns the, quote, tidal wave of restrictive voting legislation pushed by Republican states this year will continue in 2022 as voters prepare to cast ballots in crucial midterm elections. The group says 19 states passed 34 voter suppression laws over the past year, despite no evidence of widespread voter fraud. At least 13 bills have been pre-filed in state legislatures for the coming year. And a Colorado district attorney is asking court to reconsider the 110-year prison sentence of Rogel Aguilera Mederos, a 26-year-old truck driver from Cuba convicted in October of vehicular homicide and other charges related to a deadly crash in April 2019. Aguilera Mederos has said the brakes on his semi-trailer failed when driving downhill, leading to a multiple vehicle pileup that killed 4 people. At his sentencing hearing last week, Aguilera Mederos pleaded with the judge to forgive him.
I want to say sorry. Sorry for the loss. Sorry for the people injured. I know they have trauma. I know. I feel that. But please, don't be angry with me, please.
A petition asking Colorado's governor to grant Aguilera Mederos clemency or a lesser sentence has gathered over 4.6 million signatures. Meanwhile, many truck drivers say they're boycotting Colorado in protest of the sentence. Supporters are also calling on the trucking company to be held liable for the crash and the vehicle's failure. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York with Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show looking at how the Pentagon has conducted a vast cover-up of civilians killed in the U.S. air wars in the Middle East. The New York Times has published a remarkable 2-part series based on extensive reporting on the ground in Iraq and Syria, as well as 1,300 confidential Pentagon reports on civilian casualties resulting from U.S. drones and other airstrikes. New York Times reporter Asmat Khan writes, quote, "The documents lay bare how the air war has been marked by deeply flawed intelligence, rushed and often imprecise targeting, and the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians, many of them children." The reports directly contradict public claims made by successive U.S. presidents and military leaders. In 2016, then-President Obama claimed the U.S. was waging the most precise air campaign in history.
Stark contrast to ISIL, which uses civilians as human shields, America's armed forces will continue to do everything in our power to avoid civilian casualties. With our extraordinary technology, we're conducting the most precise air campaign in history. After all, it is the innocent civilians of Syria and Iraq who are suffering the most and who need to be saved from ISIL's terror.
We're joined now by Asmat Khan, an award-winning investigative journalist, contributing writer for the New York Times Magazine. She spent over 5 years researching the U.S. air wars. As part of her reporting, she visited dozens of different bomb sites in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. Part 1 of her investigation is headlined "Hidden Pentagon Records Reveal Pattern of Failures and Deadly Airstrikes." And Part 2 is "The Human Toll of America's Air Wars." Asmat Khan, welcome back to Democracy Now! Thank you so much for this comprehensive report. I'm wondering if you can start off by telling us the story of Ali Fateh Zaidan and his family.
Sure. So Ali Fateh Zaidan and his family had moved from a town, a village called Wana, which was just south of the Mosul Dam. They left it because there was fighting between ISIS and Peshmerga forces, and they were really looking for anywhere where they could be safe. And that often meant for many families who were fleeing displacement in 2015 and 2016, it often meant moving to places where you already had family. And Ali Fateh Zaidan's daughter was married to a young man whose brother lived in West Mosul, and that's where they wound up living. They moved into an industrial area in this wheat storage district called Yabisat. And you know, this was a very large extended family. Ali Fateh Zaidan had many children and grandchildren, and they essentially, you know, were unable to afford a nice apartment, but they moved into this kind of storage space, you know, made it home, you know, brought in things to sleep on, brought in a water tank, essentially, you know, tried to get by as best they could during this war. And one night in March of 2016, they were sitting down to dinner, and there was an airstrike. What they didn't know at the time was that the United States had been surveilling this house, and that particular compound or area that the house was located on, believing it to be the site, or that area to be the site of a chemical weapons production facility and other kinds of structures associated with chemical weapons making and dissemination. And so what wound up happening is that, you know, the intelligence review before the strike was carried out essentially had different people weighing in on this target. You know, the actual intelligence for this site may have come from this human source, and as different people sort of evaluated what they saw, there was one person who was looking at this and saw the intelligence and said, listen, I have a bit of a different assessment. And she was a USAID official who, when she spotted the 10 children that everyone who was reviewing this footage saw, said, listen, I don't think those children are transients, meaning they're merely passing through. I think they may live in or near this target compound. And the military disagreed. They continued to classify the children as transients, meaning that they believed they could mitigate the potential for the harm to those kids by carrying out the strike at night when they wouldn't be outside playing or wherever it was that they'd seen them playing by a stream near the structure in the target video, in the pre-surveillance video. And so, you know, shortly after this airstrike, video surfaced online of family members whom I met many years later, 4 years later, I believe, who were picking up the bodies of their loved ones and trying to salvage, you know, everyone they could. At least 21 people died from that single family alone in this airstrike, and they were civilians. And when that video surfaced online, ISIS often made propaganda videos. It triggered a credibility assessment in which the U.S.-led coalition took a look at the evidence, you know, re-interviewed this USAID official to try to determine what went wrong. And what they concluded was that there was, you know, the process and procedures, you know, they did not find any wrongdoing or disciplinary action. In fact, they said they'd even taken more measures than necessary to protect against civilian harm. And there really wasn't the kind of deep unearthing of, you know, what happened here. When I first got this document about this incident, I showed it to somebody, you know, a source in the military. And, you know, he said, you know what this is, right? This is confirmation bias. He explained it this way. He said that military officials, they see something that's called a target or called a chemical weapons production facility. And, you know, as it's being vetted through these chains, they place very high value on that kind of vetting. And at that point, it's very hard for them to unsee it as anything other than that particular target. And so, he said that probably this USAID official who had not been through so many instances of that kind of military analysis that would lead you to believe, that these people were targets, or that these children were not transients, or whatever it might be, she had the kinds of eyes that were clearer and an understanding of ground realities to understand what was happening here. And so that issue of confirmation bias came up again and again in the more than 1,300 records that I obtained through the Freedom of Information Act of the military's own assessments. Misidentification, conflating somebody who was a civilian for a combatant was common, and the number one reason why that often happened was that there was confirmation bias at play.
And, Asmat, I wanted to ask you to put these records and this many deaths in the context of past U.S. wars. It seems to me that the mass killings of civilians have marked all modern U.S. wars. In Vietnam, it was the use of napalm and white phosphorus bombs against what became the largely civilian populations. During the Panama invasion, the first use of what the Pentagon called bunker buster bombs. But it wasn't until the Gulf War of 1991 that the Pentagon began to trumpet the use of so-called smart, remote, precision-guided bombs that were going to eliminate civilian casualties. And our government seems to increasingly rely on this false claim that better technology can somehow eliminate mistakes and save both U.S. soldiers and civilians. What do you see from these documents? Once again, demonstrates the basic or fundamental fallacy of this approach to war.
So it's true that, a lot of these different innovations in warfare, in weaponry, have been implemented in earlier wars. And at the time, the United States would make grand claims about it. You mentioned the Gulf War. It's true. During the Gulf War, U.S. officials were very apt to talk about the use of precision-guided weapons, laser-guided weapons, their effectiveness in hamstringing one of the largest militaries in the world with what was, categorized at the time as surprisingly few civilian casualties. There's a Congressional Research Service report that came out many years later, or was made public many years later, that said that a lot of those claims being made about the effectiveness of that precision weaponry's use in the Gulf War were vastly overstated. We've seen that again and again. In fact, there are claims about the use of precision-guided weapons that just don't stack up with the reality of, what they can actually offer. Certainly, there are advancements in the ability to follow a moving target, but here's the thing. You can precisely hit a target exactly the way you want to with many of this new weaponry, but that is meaningless. That precision is meaningless if you have the wrong target in the first place, if your intelligence is wrong. And so what I found in many of these documents were overwhelming patterns of failures in intelligence over and over, whether that was conflating a civilian with a combatant. Probably the biggest was just failing to detect the presence of civilians in the first place before carrying out a strike. There were so many instances in which they had determined or concluded that there were no civilians in that area, or they did not detect the presence of them. And the military is really only held to a standard of, with reasonable certainty, we concluded this particular thing, and their chain of command and their process. So, another major finding in the, in the examination of these documents was that there were no findings, or at least not in the records I have, any findings of wrongdoing or disciplinary action. And that surprises a lot of people, but it probably shouldn't when you know what results in findings of wrongdoing or disciplinary action in the kind of apparatus or the way that these investigations or assessments work, which is that it's based on mainly chain of command, reasonable certainty, and despite this, often being framed, when there's a major failure that becomes very public, like the Kabul strike, or the MSF bombing in Kunduz in the bombing of the Doctors Without Borders clinic in 2015 in Kunduz, Afghanistan, American officials will come out and say this is, an anomaly, this is unique, this is an extremely tragic error. But what I found through the examination of the documents and ground visits to 60 sites that were deemed credible, meaning they had accepted that casualties occurred, and more than 40 others that were either deemed non-credible or not yet assessed. So more than 100 in total. What I often found in examining the records, looking at these strikes on the ground, interviewing people, and really going in depth was that, there were patterns of failure that they really couldn't investigate or understand without being on the ground, that they had limited view from where they were looking and the kinds of things that they were using. And after a while, once you see that over and over and over, you do have to ask, whether this is really a system of accountability or whether it is designed to function as a system of impunity, actually to provide, for example, as some sources have told me, to provide legal cover in instances in which, there will be allegations against U.S. soldiers, or, even to provide the military, as one analyst, Larry Lewis, who has studied a lot of these kinds of documents in the past, put it, to basically provide them expanded authority on the battlefield and use to justify taking greater freedom of action in war.
And speaking of accountability, your reports and these were actually the military's own investigations, about how many of them did the Pentagon officially acknowledge as civilian casualties, and how many were basically kept in-house until you were able to uncover these records?
Oh, okay. So the number of records that had previously been made public before I obtained them, of the vast trove, they've conducted, at least in the air war against Iraq and Syria, I think around 2,800 assessments that they've done, either determining them to be credible or not. Of those 2,800, 340 have been deemed credible. Before I had started requesting them, or actually before just putting aside the number I got, the number that had been made public among those was less than 20. So less than 20 of these records had ever been made public. I obtained, I think, 216 credible assessments and around 1,100 or so non-credible ones, where they concluded that it was not likely that they had killed or injured civilians.
Can you give us the example, Asmat Khan, of what happened in Syria? You have Special Operations Forces reporting they killed 85 ISIS fighters in a July 2016 air raid in northern Syria. In fact, the raid hit houses far from the front line, killing 120 villagers, and use that as an example of what gets covered up.
Yeah, so I mean, in this case, what you have is a scale of civilian death that is vastly different, of civilian death and injury that's vastly different than what they claim. This is an area of Syria called Al-Tokhar, and it was widely known among local journalists, online materials, open source materials, that some people claimed as many as 200 people had died. And in this reporting, essentially what I got was a document that said that they had concluded that 85 ISIS fighters had been killed at 3 staging areas, at these different vehicles they'd attacked. And I went to the site of it in Syria, in Al-Tokhar, and over months, I verified these numbers, but came to the conclusion that at least 120 civilians had been killed. And in the Pentagon's own assessment, they acknowledged that between 7 and 24 civilians had been killed. So you're looking at, in this case, like a 4-fold increase, at least, of the actual rate of civilian death or injury. So, the strength, or the kind of, I learned a lot from doing this reporting, right? And the ability to compare the documents that are made with respect to assessing these records to the reality on the ground, even in cases where they have accepted an incident as credible and acknowledged that maybe casualties took place, to find those distinctions, I think, was really arresting and concerning.
And I know you have to go. I want to get to this issue of what is happening today. You talk about the U.S. new way of war taking shape after the 2009 surge in U.S. forces in Afghanistan. By the end of 2014, Obama declared America's ground war essentially done, shifting the military's mission to mostly air support and advice for Afghan forces battling the Taliban. At roughly the same time, authorizing a campaign of airstrikes against ISIS targets and in support of allied forces in Iraq and Syria. Can you talk about how the Obama administration paved the ground for former President Trump to launch tens of thousands of airstrikes in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, and then what Biden's doing today?
So it's 8:30, and I said that I would leave at 8:30. And it's a very complicated question that deserves like a longer answer. But certainly, you can say that we've seen, a dramatic increase in the use of airstrikes as American soldiers were withdrawn from different war zones under the Obama administration. And as a result of that, there was a choice to ramp up the number of airstrikes. So certainly that's the case. And if you'd like to learn more about that, read it as it's written in the story. And yes, certainly under the Trump administration, you saw the expanded use of who could call in airstrikes, as in, that chain of command about who could authorize some of these strikes changed as well. But I really don't want to get into.
Yes. Okay. We will link to both parts of this astounding report that took you years to do. Asman Khan, we want to thank you so much for being with us, award-winning investigative journalist with the New York Times Magazine. We'll link to the new two-part investigation. Part 1 headlined, Hidden Pentagon Records Reveal Pattern of Failures in Deadly Airstrikes, and Part 2, The Human Toll of America's Air Wars. Coming up, we speak to an emergency room doctor about President Biden's plan to respond to the surge in COVID cases linked to the Omicron variant. Stay with us.
And now I see the wind blowing from northwest. And I hear those honkers again on their rounding quest over Lord's Valley. I roll like a ball, and in the wind I hear them call. Wild goose, loose goose, I count them all. Yonder stepping that old light walking wolf, hungry as always.
The legendary folk singer Michael Hurley performing his song Wild Geeses in our Democracy Now! Studio just before the pandemic began, when we still had performers coming in. Michael Hurley turned 80 years old this week. Happy birthday, Michael. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Biden has announced a plan to begin distributing 500 million at-home COVID tests in response to the fast-spreading winter COVID surge linked to the highly transmissible Omicron variant. Biden addressed the nation Tuesday and urged everyone to get vaccinated.
So, folks, let me summarize. We should all be concerned about Omicron, but not panicked. If you're fully vaccinated, and especially if you got your booster shot, you are highly protected. And if you're unvaccinated, you're at a higher risk of getting severely ill from COVID-19, getting hospitalized, and even dying. So the best thing to do is get fully vaccinated and get your booster shot.
President Biden also announced plans to set up new federal testing sites and to dispatch military medical personnel to help overwhelmed hospitals. He also called out anti-vaxxers who've spread misinformation about the vaccines and the pandemic.
The unvaccinated are responsible for their own choices. But those choices have been fueled by dangerous misinformation on cable TV and social media. You know, these companies and personalities are making money by peddling lies and allowing misinformation that can kill their own customers and their own supporters. It's wrong. It's immoral. I call on the purveyors of these lies and misinformation to stop it. Stop it now.
To talk about the state of the pandemic and Biden's plan, we're joined now by Dr. Sian Farouk. She's assistant professor of emergency medicine at Columbia University Medical Center. She's also an advisor to the Ministry of Health in Ethiopia. So thanks so much, Dr. Farouk, for joining us. You're here in New York. The lines of hundreds of people. I was speaking to someone who told me about a teacher who wanted to sign up for a test, and the local clinic where she wanted to go, they told her it would be she would get the shot in maybe 10 hours. Talk about the state of access to testing now, why it's important, and also what President Biden has said the administration will do with these 500 million free tests at home.
So that's such a very welcome news that we're going to have 500 million tests by January. But as you stated, we need it now more so than ever, especially now with the holidays coming and people traveling. And also what you shared, the story is very similar. Everyone that I talked to in the hospital, also yesterday while I was doing telemedicine, everybody had access issue to testing, or people were using home antigen tests. And it just takes us back to March and April 2020, where there were no access or limited testing at the time, even for physicians and for healthcare providers in general. And it feels like we're back to square one, especially with the surge. Yes, the messaging was clear yesterday about the need for vaccination, but the testing right now is more important because there's people who just have mild symptoms of sore throat or just sniffles and mild cold symptoms at this point are most likely to have COVID.
And Dr. Farouk, I wanted to ask you about this issue of testing. Clearly, the government and most local governments as well downplayed the need for testing once vaccinations began. But there were elite institutions around the country. For instance, I think of Princeton University. Princeton University was requiring once-a-week testing since the beginning of the year for all vaccinated students, twice-a-week testing if you weren't vaccinated, not just the students, but all faculty, and they were providing free testing for the local community. So they've been doing it since September, and yet we find huge portions of our government infrastructure was not really paying attention to the need to continue to test even as people were getting vaccinated. Was this just a question of money and resources, or was there basically a mistaken view of how to continue to have surveillance of the development of the virus?
So I would say I think a lot of the push and a lot of the resources were going towards the vaccine and the boosters. And we've seen here in New York City, many of the testing sites had been shut down. And in the past, especially once the boosters and once we were trying to really push that agenda, I think that the push for testing has been declining all over the country, not just only New York and other places. And to comment on that specifically, especially in places that have low prevalence of COVID, I think the testing has decreased drastically. But I think what I would have think that was the right thing to do at the time when we were seeing Omicron variants arriving from different places around the world, and as we were seeing the surge in South Africa. I think the preparation to see that most likely happen in the U.S. and to prepare for that beforehand would have been appropriate, to have this testing sites available and to also amp up availability of antigen tests at home. And we've been asking for that actually for a very long time. Me and my colleagues were really active on social media about home testings and making antigen tests available at home for many across the U.S. when Germany and other countries in Europe were doing it. And back in Thanksgiving, especially when people are going to be traveling for the holidays, we were predicting that the cases might be going up. And unfortunately, some of the responses are a bit too late. And I think we need to learn from the previous surge and also from other countries. I think it's really about this short-term memory, and we seem to forget what we've gone through.
And we're hearing reports, obviously, that there's a huge shortage of nurses and other healthcare workers around the country. Could you explain what's happening and the effects on your hospital and other medical facilities as well as we confront this new surge?
So we're seeing all over, right after the pandemic started, there's been an increase in burnout. And also we're seeing people that were near a retirement age have decided to retire early because of all the burden that everybody went through, especially during this surge in New York area. And my hospital is no exception, and we're seeing that all over the country. And people are also who could afford to leave for other professions have left just healthcare in general. And as we're seeing more and more nurses leave and more other healthcare providers leaving, the burden is added on the people that are staying and working. So there's a burnout all over that we're feeling, that my colleagues and many people that are working in the hospital are sharing at this point. And it just continues. So we really don't have, sometimes, especially with this pandemic going on forever and with so much of